Good morning to everybody. Lovely to see you here. Welcome to folks who are joining. I'll say that a few times as new little bubbles appear on the screen. I am Dr. Sean Oakes. It's really a pleasure to be doing this day today with Insight Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is totally on my heart and mind this morning with the fires, and we'll speak a little about that later on, but just starting off with blessings to everyone there, and we'll send more particular blessings and some magic spells as we get going. I'll start off the day with some logistics, and we'll look at the schedule for the day, get a sense of how the rhythm of the day will unfold, and then we'll do a little opening ritual to get ourselves started. Welcome to folks who are just joining. Good to have you. You're welcome to have your video on or off as works for you, and we'll keep audio off unless you're speaking. For questions and discussion, of course, you're always welcome to unmute and speak. You're also welcome to drop things into the chat stream and ask questions there, or if anything's going on technically for you that you need help with. So again, I'm Sean Oakes. I am mostly up in Oakland, California. I just moved this past weekend to Sebastopol up in Sonoma County, so I'm a little further away and safe at the moment from the nearby fires to us, and I hope you're all safe from whatever is nearby to you. We were going to do this this day long live at Insight Santa Cruz, and I was really looking forward to coming down there, seeing folks there. I taught a couple times at Insight Santa Cruz really quite a long time ago in the early aughts with one of my teachers, Mary Grace Orr, who founded the center down there, and really it was lovely to connect with Bob, who reached out and invited me to come and teach a bit. So I'm looking forward to hearing some of your voices today and investigating this material together that I think is inspiring for many of us, and for some folks profoundly important in this time. We'll be looking at trauma and spiritual practice, and really the relationship between the practices that we might think of as healing and trauma resilience, working with the nervous system, and practices that we might think of as spiritual or contemplative or meditative through the Buddhist lens. And since Zoom is tiring, I'll give you the punchline right now, which is that they are the same thing. You probably already had a hunch of that, which is why you're here, but the talks and the bits of theory that I'll give you through the day are there to flesh out that proposal that healing and spiritual practice aren't separate, and particularly that trauma and spiritual practice are intimately connected, because both are about the process of trying to feel safe or to feel a secure refuge in an insecure and dangerous world. I'll pull up the schedule for the day and orient us a bit to the flow of our time together today. Welcome to folks who are joining. We're just doing our opening logistics and welcoming folks here. Here's a schedule up on your screen and a couple of quotes. We'll read the quotes a little later. You can read them anytime here. I will also drop into the chat stream this file so that you can look at it, have it on your own screen. You can print it out as needed for yourself, and I'll put a couple of other files in there that we'll use through the day. I'll just put them up as we use them. The schedule today, starting with logistics, we'll go into a little bit of opening chanting, just a very short welcome invocation, and then we'll learn 2 practices to begin our day together. The first is a mindfulness practice based in the practice of orientation, and the second is the practice of taking the 5 ethical precepts together and looking at frameworks or agreements for multicultural interactions as developed by the East Bay Meditation Center as a support for communal well-being. And so we'll take both of those, or look at both of those as the second practice. I'll give a talk in the middle of the morning, kind of laying out the basic theory and ideas that we'll work with today, particularly coming from the somatic trauma worlds through somatic experiencing and organic intelligence, and then through Buddhist psychology and practice. And then we'll learn 2 more practices, our basic resilience practices. Again, versions of orientation around the external senses, and then internal somatic or bodily sense. We'll have some discussion Q&A after that. And at 12:40 or so, we'll go into our lunch break. Lunch is going to be an hour and 20 minutes or so, between an hour and a quarter and an hour and a half, depending on when exactly we stop. I'm going to aim for 12:40 to stop, and we'll resume at 2. So I'm hoping this is a spacious enough lunch break to revive you from Zoom fatigue and allow the eyes to get a little rest, the bodies to move around, the stomachs to be nourished, and we'll resume at 2 refreshed. I'll start the afternoon with a talk, because starting the afternoon with a meditation means starting the afternoon with a little nap. At least it always did for me. So we'll do the second talk of the day at 2, really looking at trauma theory. So looking at somatics of trauma, the nervous system, a little intro to the polyvagal theory, very simple, but in ways that can help us in becoming mindful of changing states and energies in the body, emotional energies. And in that talk, I'll just touch briefly on, but we'll make some parallels from the individual focus of psychology, trauma therapy, and Buddhist meditation practice out to the communal or collective and systemic aspects that are going on. So crossing between the individual and the communal there a little bit. We'll have some discussion time, and then 2 more practices. A bit more of an active practice that can sometimes be a good triage for strongly startled states, and just a good basic foundational practice for cultivating resilience with a little bit more energy. We'll do a breath and movement practice, very simple, again, accessible to all bodies as best I can make it. And then we'll close with the practice of what in a way is the heart of the Buddha's work with trauma, which is the practice of refuge and understanding refuge in the light of the Four Noble Truths. And we'll end again with a little bit of discussion and some closing prayers and sending of blessings, particularly to everyone affected by the fires here, down where y'all are, if you're near inside Santa Cruz, up here where I am in Sonoma County in the East Bay, where much of my community is, and everywhere in the world affected by emergency and changing conditions at the moment. And we'll end at 4 o'clock. So my hope is that this is a workable day long. We're learning how to do day longs on Zoom. It's a lot of screen time. So there's a fair amount of practice built in. So during the practices, I'll invite you to not look at the screen unless you want to, but audio will be enough for those. You can always turn your camera off and move your body around while we're speaking and practicing, and we'll do the best we can in this brave new world. So. So once more, welcome to everyone who's arriving as we're speaking. We've done a bit of logistics. I'm going to send the file that we just looked at with the schedule in the chat stream so that you can have it as needed for yourself. I'm also sending the file for our for the refuge and precepts chants that we'll use today, and I'll pull them up on the screen as I just did with that one also for that opening chanting, which we'll go into now. So, beginning our day together, welcome again. Taking a comfortable seat, we'll begin with an opening chant to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, the three jewels or gems in practice. Sitting comfortably, tall, at ease. For our opening today, we'll give some basic prayers and blessings, and then we'll chant just the first two chants where it says homage to the triple gem and going for refuge. We won't do the refuge chants yet. We'll do them at the end of the day. Just beginning by sitting tall, finding as comfortable a seat as you can on cushion or bench or chair or couch or standing or lying down as needed for your body. Finding a posture where the bowl of the hips, the wide base of support between the tailbone and the knees is as grounded and easeful as possible. Sit in a way that's comfortable and rooted. And the more the base of the body can feel supported, the more the upper body can relax, soften its musculature around the spine, maybe sway a little bit to find your place or move the belly around. You might stretch the arms, just finding your way into the sitting posture. Roll the shoulders. I like to shake a little sometimes. And all of these opening gestures are just to be improvised. It's just you finding a way to feel natural, to be as much at ease as possible. And then as your attention comes into the sense of the body sitting tall, just being here together, landing in the space of our workshop today, you might bring to mind your intention for practice today, what brought you here, what it was in the description that piqued your interest, what's happening in your life right now that suggests that a day-long on trauma and spiritual practice would be helpful. And really respecting whatever brought you here and respecting each in ourselves and for each other as a circle, what's going on in everyone's life. I think the first step in a healing practice is to bow with respect to everything that's happening, to the wound, to the blessings, to the support systems, to the challenges. And to the intention to find healing. So we bring our intention to mind. And if you can feel that intention through the body, I wonder what that feels like. sometimes as a kind of steadying, sometimes as a kind of pushing forward energy, sometimes as a resting back. Sometimes there's a brightening of awakeness when we connect with what we're doing here. See what you find.
Remember, this is all the space you have. You want to save it for when you package. You want to package.
And we'll come into our opening chanting, paying homage to the Triple Gem. If you're new to this model of Buddhist practice, this is a structure for practice that draws upon three qualities or archetypes in spiritual practice. Buddha, as the first of the gems, refers to the historical Buddha in the form of honoring the person who brought this path into form in our era and taught for his whole life, transmitting it to thousands and thousands of people who then maintained it for thousands of years because of its deep value to them and each other. Honoring the historical Buddha and honoring that which makes a person a Buddha, which is the potential for full awakening, full liberation from all distress and dissatisfaction. We honor the quality of the Buddha. The second of the gems is Dhamma, the teachings of the Buddha, specifically that show the way to the end of distress and dissatisfaction, but also to the underlying truth that they point to, that it's possible to become free by studying our experience, by studying the world, by steadying ourselves in relationship with the world. And then the third gem of Sangha, the spiritual community, the community of those who have awakened to the path, who have dedicated their lives to the path, who have given the kind of energy to this path and practice that makes it possible for them to teach others, to accompany each other, and to everyone in this circle and all your spiritual circles, where your dedication to practice supports others and their dedication to practice supports you. And so the Sangha is the spiritual community, the beloved community that we walk the path arm in arm with, side by side with, knowing that though it is possible to become fully awakened on your own, it is very difficult to do so. And the blessing of community through all the difficulties of this life is profound and beyond comparison. So we honor the blessing of spiritual community. So we'll sing those three, and then the classic homage to the Buddha 3 times. It's hard to sing together on Zoom, so I will chant these and speak the English, but if you're in a space where you can make sound, I'll encourage you to chant along with them. Don't worry about pronunciation, but do your best if they're new to you, the Pali. And we embed in the chanting our intention for our practice and our prayer for safety and well-being for everyone today. The Blessed One is accomplished and full fully self-awakened. I bow to the Blessed One. The Dhamma is well taught by the Blessed One. I bow to the Dhamma. The Sangha of the Blessed One has practiced well. I bow to the Sangha. Homage to the Blessed, accomplished and fully self-awakened One. Homage to the Blessed, accomplished and fully self-awakened One. Homage to the Blessed, accomplished and fully self-awakened One. Blessings to everyone here, blessings to everyone in our families and communities and everywhere for safety and well-being, now and always. May all beings be safe, may all beings be free. And may our practice today be for the benefit of everyone. All right. Okay. So we'll go into our first practice. And
Papa.
hang on just a moment. All right. Times being what they are, I have the beautiful privilege of working from home with family nearby. So, if an adorable 4-year-old comes in and Zoom bombs our day today, it's a gift from the devas of young children, and we'll try to keep the interruptions to a relative minimum. But there may be some background sound as we practice together. When I was a monk in Burma, like a lot of folks who go to do monastic practice there, I went with some fantasies about what monastic life would be like. Particularly, I thought it would be like silent retreat, which I had done a lot of, at this beautiful, quiet place called Spirit Rock, which many of you will know, which is just about the most pristine, quiet, peaceful place to do retreat ever. And I went to Burma and I ended up at this wonderful meditation center, but that was right in the middle of a kind of urban residential neighborhood. And it was also, like many monasteries, it was a community center in addition to being a meditation monastery. So at any given time, there were kids running around and people coming in and out, doing projects and building things, and just over the wall behind the the meditation hall where I was practicing was a big residential neighborhood, and there was somebody somewhere in that neighborhood who was learning the clarinet, and every day they would practice a little bit. And one day I was meditating, doing my so seriously trying to progress in my meditation. I came all the way to Burma to be a monk, and I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that song. And they were learning Madonna's Like a Virgin on the clarinet in Rangoon, Burma, in Yangon. And I thought, like, wow, all right, the world is a very small place, actually. And I was very privileged to have such a quiet place to begin my practice. But this is the real world now, meditation-wise. And so I meditated with Like a Virgin for quite some days. Whoever it was, they got better at it, so, so thank you for your tolerance of all the various sounds that may come through. We'll do our opening practices. We'll start with, in a sense, a pair of practices or one extended practice based in orientation, which is the practice of tuning our senses, the 5 physical senses primarily, but in terms of the mental sense or the cognitive sense, also in the form of directing attention, directing attention to that which is around us in the immediate environment as a grounding and foundational practice for working with the nervous system in contemplation. And we will embed in this both orientation to the environment and the practice of both land acknowledgement and ancestor acknowledgement as we begin our day together. So once again, taking a comfortable seat. Sitting tall, just gathering our energies in for the practice of orientation to the here and now. Begin with eyes open. Let your gaze go where it wants, taking in the space you're in. Particularly if you have a long time meditation practice and you're used to just starting with eyes closed, I'll really encourage you to try out this practice of opening the eyes as we start and see the room you're in or the outside space. You let the eyes go where they want. They land different places. You see where you are. You see the shape of the room, the doors and windows, the colors, the objects that are here, the light. Just letting the gaze be natural, letting the breath be natural. Just sitting comfortably. Seeing the room, just recognizing this is where I am right now. And as we direct attention to the room, this gentle initial directing of attention, we come out of, as best we can, whatever story or drama in our lives or stream of thought we've been in up till now. Coming into orientation through the visual, we are here, right? You can't see that which is not here. Just see that in a very simple way, these objects, these walls, these buildings, these trees, this is where I am. And see if you can feel that. What happens as you come into being where you are? See if you notice any little shift in your sense of yourself or where you are, any shift in perception. Feeling the room, feel yourself in it. So notice where you are in the room, what you're facing, what's behind you, the posture of your body. not diving into sensation, but just knowing the simple shape of the body. I'm sitting up, I'm resting back, I'm lifting forward, my legs are arranged in this way, my arms. Just knowing where the body is in the room. This is where I am. Again, notice what that shifts as you bring your attention to knowing where the body is in the room. And now we'll expand a little, and either in image or a kind of felt sense, expand your sense of where you are to the whole building. Know where you are in relation to the building that you're in or the buildings that you're near if you're outside. As you expand, you might have a sense of who else is here, human and non-human, animals, beings, family, friends, neighbors, folks you know or don't know in the building or the buildings nearby. And then expand to include the outdoor areas near you, yard, land, and then neighborhood. Know where you are, like you're zooming out on the map, but with the feeling of your body being here. Here is where I am. I'm in this neighborhood, this town or city or place, this watershed. Zoom out till you know where the creeks and rivers, hills, valleys are in relation to where you are. Just a general sense of where you are on the land. And see if you can hold that sense, right? This is now a bigger picture. My body in this room, in this building, in this place. This is where I am on the land. One more step of zooming out, just to touch the conventional names of places around you, the town or city, and then the area, region, county, state, province, country, planet. However you conceive of where you are on the planet full of places. Just have a sense of that now. And again, see how it feels to know where you are. And then from that very expansive sense of knowing where you are in place, zoom back down to the middle ground, really the watershed or the natural region around you. Know what valley you're in, or hill or mountaintop, where the water is, where the mountains are. And now more in the direction of time. Knowing yourself and your family line. How did you get here? Knowing who you are in relation to this place means scooping in the movement in your life. So from the orientation to space, we move into the orientation to time. And in a very general, very simple sense, knowing yourself and where you come from. And you might even ping just a little bit the map of all the places you've lived in your life or been up till this moment, back to your birth. Where were you born? And how did you arrive here? Without going into the story, just holding with tenderness all the movement that we have been through. Are you very close to your birthplace? Were you born near here, where you are right now, or quite far away? And what does that feel like? And now acknowledging the land that we are on and our relationship to it. If you and your ancestors are indigenous to the land that you're on, knowing that, feeling that. Some sense like my people have been here for many, many, many generations, since the beginning of the time of our people. We've stewarded this land. And if you are not indigenous to the land you're on, knowing that, knowing I came here from elsewhere, my people came here from elsewhere. And because most of us in North America come from immigrants, from immigrant ancestry, and like many places in the world, but very distinctly in the Americas, we all share somewhat in the long karma of colonialism and the trauma of the indigenous peoples here and of slavery and the colonial process. And so if you know the name of the indigenous people who stewarded the land that you're now on before colonists arrived, think of them. If you don't know the name, imagine them. For myself here in Sevastopol in Sonoma County, acknowledge the Southern Pomo people as the ancestral stewards of this land, and having come just from Oakland, also acknowledge the Chochenyo of Loni who tended the land in the East Bay that I've lived in for many years, and the other peoples around the Bay Area, the coast and Bay Miwok. The many groups who stewarded this land for thousands of years before the Spanish and English arrived. So acknowledging the traditional stewards of this land, wherever you are. And then lastly, once again, coming back to ourselves and our ancestral line. Because living on this land, we carry the history of the peoples of this land. We also carry our own history and ancestry. And so remembering, holding in our hearts the journey of our own personal and cultural ancestors that brought us here. So you might think of your family, your parents, their parents, and gently trace the lines of ancestry to whatever extent you know them, and you may or may not. Back to wherever that line stops, if you can feel indigeneity there. Back to the peoples of Europe or Asia or Africa. At the heart of healing trauma is attending to the the wounds and ghosts borne by the lineage of ancestors, bringing them to completion in our own bodies and hearts and communities as best we can. We bow in honor to the ancestors, our own, each other's, of the land. And then letting it go, we rest once more, just into the sense of presence in the body sitting here. If this practice brings up a swirl of story and image, it's in part meant to, but then we come back always to just the simple present through the senses. And you might again let the eyes open, see the room you're in, feel your body sitting. You might take a full breath or 3 and let it go. All of the images that we carry, the swirl of the past and present through our bodies and through the land. And we'll sit for a few minutes in silence, letting this practice settle. If you find the mind still spinning with any aspect of what we touched into, keep the eyes open. You might really feel the hands and feet or the root of the body. It is possible to contact the complexity of ourselves and the world and the pain of it without being lost, swept under by complexity and intensity. If we can stay present to the body and space. So open eyes, open ears, full breath, resting in the here and now together. And then letting it go and shake it off a little bit. Move the upper body around, move the joints of the fingers and elbows and shoulders. Stretch the side of the body. Twisting, see behind you. Rolling around, really moving in any way that feels good. All right. So, a second opening practice. We begin with the here and now. We continue then into the communal or relational. And both of these, in a way, are not just opening rituals, but they are, in some ways, foundational trauma and resilience practices themselves. One of the things that deepens trauma and distress is disconnection from who we are, from the land, from where we are in space. trauma symptoms are often symptoms of disembodiment, of dissociation, of non-presence. And then trauma symptoms are also very often symptoms of disconnection, of the loss of safe, authentic, kind, warm relationship. And so these next practices, which you might think of as just formalities to get through or part of logistics, the taking of the precepts and the agreements for multicultural interaction, are actually themselves the foundation of resilience and healing, because they understand that the dysregulation in the nervous system that we call trauma is basically a dysregulation in our bodies and hearts' ability to feel safe, primarily relationally. So in the Buddhist system and embedded in trauma healing is the understanding that the relational system is where we find safety. It's both where we turn to for safety to each other and where we find the most threat often, especially now. Especially now that we're not in the wild with large animals anymore so much, most of us. And so then the precepts and the agreements for multicultural interaction really set the foundation for the practice of tending each other in sacred community and finding the sense of refuge and safety relationally and communally. And this is a bridge toward the systemic practices that we'll get into in the second half of the day. So for those who are new to them, we'll start with the 5 lay precepts from the Buddhist tradition. These are the guidelines for wise action that are primarily renunciate. So they are things to let go of, things that when we do them lead often to more harm, more danger, more distress for ourselves and others. And so the precepts are the guidelines for safety in community, safety in relationship. I'll start off by saying, and I'll say this in more detail later on, that there's no such thing as safety in a kind of literal or permanent sense. And this is the heart of the Buddhist revelation, that old age, sickness, and death cannot be prevented, that emergency cannot be prevented. And so safety is not an absolute thing to attain. It's not an objective quality. Safety is a feeling. And it's a feeling that we can have when there is enough of a foundation of kind of stability and well-being that we know that we can respond to whatever emergencies come by. And so safety is dynamic and changes all the time, and primarily depends on relationships being strong and resilient and well cared for. So the precepts are primarily a gift of safety to others, in the sense that we as individuals refrain from doing things to hurt others. We refrain from killing, from stealing, from sexual misconduct, from lying and using harsh speech, and from using intoxicants that dull or cloud the mind, so that unethical or heedless action happens. In doing this, we build the foundation then for a community built on trust, as we know that others are observing these guidelines, practicing with them, exploring them. We begin to feel that these are people that I can trust to be in an emergency with. So we'll take the precepts. We'll do them the way we did the opening chanting. I'll sing through the Pali. And again, if you're unfamiliar with the Pali, just follow along. Try it out if you're in a place where you can make some sound. And then I'll speak through the English together. And then I'll speak about the agreements for multicultural interaction. So here on the right side of the page, the 5 precepts. It's a lot of Pali, but I love them, and it's a beautiful ritual to learn the ancient language, even a tiny bit of it, and to in that way also respect the source culture, so that even as a gesture of healing in relation to colonialism, that we hold the lineage in this way. So I think it's valuable to hear the ancient words and to sing them together. So we'll take the 5 precepts. These are not rules, but guidelines for practice in wise relationship and community. Anatipata veram nisikavatam sammadiham adinadana veram nisikavatam sammadiham Ame suvichachara veram nisikavatam sammadiham Musavada veram nisikavatam sammadiham Suramiraya manjapapadatana veram nisikavatam sammadiham Niram mesilam Magapalanyanasa Pachayotu. Knowing how deeply our lives intertwine, I undertake the training to protect life. Knowing how deeply our lives intertwine, I undertake the training to take only that which is offered to me. Knowing how deeply our lives intertwine, I undertake the training to express my sexual energy wisely. Knowing how deeply our lives intertwine, I undertake the training to speak the truth with kindness. Knowing how deeply our lives intertwine, I undertake the training to abstain from intoxicants that cloud the mind. Through the discipline of ethics, may I realize the path and fruit of practice. Bringing attention to the heart center, or wherever you might gather your attention in, to feel your intention in taking these precepts, or hearing them, or reflecting on them. And see if you can feel how committing, in whatever way you do, to wise action is already a relief in the heart. Or notice whatever comes up. If there's reaction or resistance or confusion or questions, honoring that as well. Again, these are not rules, but guidelines for exploration. The proposal from the Buddha is that committing to wise action in this way is a balm or a relief in the heart, and protects us from blame, shame, self-hatred, and protects others from the effects of the long, painful karma that we each carry, and the effects of unconscious actions and words. The spilling over of ancient wounding. These are guidelines for the protection of all of us. So we uplift the 5 precepts together. And then as a second part of this practice, understanding that the intention to speak clearly, to act clearly with each other, is the foundation of practice, but that we need to study how to do that. That it's not obvious always how to speak, how we might relate to each other in a way that is kind, is compassionate, is understanding in relation to the very, very complex karma that our world bears. And so we'll take a look at the agreements for multicultural interaction that have been developed by friends and colleagues at the East Bay Meditation Center. These are guidelines for conversation together around difficult topics, around anything really with folks who are different from us. And we won't do a lot of, we won't do small groups today, I think, but we will do in the discussion periods and the Q&As, some speaking. And these practices then, more than just the intentions of the precepts, these are trainings in how we might practice being with each other, understanding difference. So understanding that each of us comes from different places, different ancestry, different heritage, and that we each bear different traumas. We bear different wounds based on all the conditions that we carry. These are some guidelines to bring into our interactions today, and then to take on as a practice beyond this day. I'm putting the file of it in the chat stream if you want to look at it there, and I'll pull it up for us to look at it on the screen. So you can think of these as communal practice disciplines. Try it on. Be willing to try on new ideas or ways of doing things that might not be what you prefer or are familiar with. Each time I read one, just see how it feels. If it feels familiar, comfortable, uncomfortable, threatening, confusing. Practice self-focus. So we might say, use I statements, speak about yourself, and try not to generalize for a whole group, whether you belong to that group or are describing someone else's group. We try to speak about our own experiences because it's the only thing we're really an expert about. Understand the difference between intent and impact. Acknowledge that there can be an impact to saying something that is, even when the intention was to be non-harmful, harm can come through impact. And this is simply because the causes and conditions are so deep. So respecting that impact is real. Practice both and rather than but. So not to negate or deny someone else's experience, even if we are not intending to do so. I like this line, this practice acknowledges and honors multiple realities. Each of our realities is different. Refrain from blaming or shaming self and others, particularly if you've been trained to blame or shame yourself, as a lot of us have. Don't do that as best you can. It's not helpful, and more importantly, it's not true. So that becomes a deep practice of loving kindness or metta for ourselves and others. Move up, move back. To encourage full participation, some of us have been trained to take up more space, to speak quickly, and when there's space, to fill up space. Others have been trained to recede, to not take up space. I think this one's really important, one of the most important in group discussions. Notice if you have the conditions and training or privilege or habit or personality to speak first or often, and make space for others who may not speak so quickly or often. Likewise, if you are a person who tends to hold back, please lean in, and I'll invite that as well. This is really a practice of wanting to hear as many different voices as possible for all of our sakes. Practice mindful listening. Try to not plan what you're going to say while you listen to others. That's our difficult one. Listen with your whole self. I like that line. Confidentiality. Anything anyone says stays here in this group. So anything anyone shares about their own story, we don't repeat, even to them outside of this group. If you're friends with someone, you might ask first, oh, you said something in that class on Saturday. Can I ask you about that? Rather than just bringing it in. A right to pass. You can always pass if you don't wish to speak at any point. We're not going to go around any circles today, so you won't perhaps have to pass. But I will invite, I'll invite you to bring your full self into our practice today in a way that nurtures and nourishes self-love, inquiry, and wise cultivation of community, even in this strange online format. We are still a circle of people spread out in space, but sitting together. Gratitude to the folks at EBMC for putting this together and making it the cornerstone of their community building there. It's been an honor to teach there with them. All right, so go into our morning talk, and we'll have some discussion time after the talk. So if you have questions about any of the practices so far, we'll mix them all together into one discussion period. Since it's a long day, but it's also a short day. I gave us a long lunch break, and I want to get a bunch of practice in today. So remember your questions, write them down, and we'll do questions on everything after the talk. If you have to adjust your posture or anything to come into study mode, if that's different from practice mode, do so. And of course, do that at any point during the day as needed, moving, adjusting as necessary. Our day today is focusing on the relationship between trauma and healing, particularly healing the deep wounds that persist in the body and heart and mind from the intense or emergency events in our past, both personally, familially, ancestrally, communally, culturally. And spiritual practice or cultivation of the heart-mind in meditation, yoga, contemplative practice, religious practice. And today I'll speak specifically to Buddhist practice. But if you have questions about how these principles might apply to other practices, I may or may not, other like religions or frameworks, I may or may not be able to answer precisely, but I can speak to some general principles as well as we get going. It's powerful, I think, to begin by letting go of any idea that healing, in terms of doing what we can to make a better life in the here and now, a more comfortable or less distressed life in the here and now, that is somehow separate from or different from the practices of insight and awakening and spiritual growth. It can seem in some traditions and in some ways of thinking about spiritual practice, that that spiritual practice in a way transcends healing, that you can become awakened even, in the midst of a life-threatening illness that you're going to, which is true, that awakening doesn't depend on conditions, that you can awaken in a comfortable, lifestyle or in a very uncomfortable one. That's true. That that awakening doesn't depend on the body being healthy or even the heart being free of distress, and that's true. At the same time, we want to really see them as part of the same process, and one good way to see them is either as a kind of spiral that sequences between the two, and it goes something like this. Before we can do anything intentionally, we have to kind of gather ourselves from states that are really spun from trauma, states that are strongly dissociated or activated. We have to say it in a simpler way, you can't really meditate until you're not freaking out. And so a first layer of healing is something like, can we get out of freak out into something like, okay, now I can, get my wits about me to do something, right? So some amount of healing has to happen before we can come towards spirit. But then spirit soothes the heart, gives us a little bit of clarity, and based in that clarity, we loop around and another layer of healing becomes possible. Spiritual practice opens up parts of ourselves that require healing. So the more you practice, the more you will discover that needs healing. The more you'll discover that are the wounds of the self and the psyche, the wounds in your ancestry. It's cold comfort to know that awakening is possible, but the path of awakening will unearth all the skeletons in the closet, all the dinosaurs in the field, everything that lurks in the heart, all the old subtle addictions or non-subtle addictions have to be addressed. All of the places where we try to get out of it, where we try to distract ourselves or somehow not have to deal with whatever it is, the whole world, ourselves, our story, our family. You have to deal with everything. But you don't have to deal with it in a linear or systematic way, because as the path spirals, something gets healed and attended to, processed, and then a deeper layer of stability of attention, connectedness comes through, and then something else appears to be healed. What seems to happen is that the layers of healing and the layers of insight build on each other so that they ripple out through our whole life. If we have to heal the habit of speaking harshly to others, we don't have to go through our past and remember and process every single time we spoke harshly to someone else. We contact the energy that gives rise to speaking harshly. And if that can resolve through the body-mind, resolving that defensiveness or fear or constriction, that ripples back through all of those events. And the principle of speaking harshly to others can be healed. If we're healing having been abused by others, hurt by others, we don't have to go back through the story of every single one of those, although some of that in certain contexts, in therapy and other appropriate contexts, will be helpful. You don't have to, in a linear way, go back through every one of them. If the self-protective responses and the organic relationship that we have to that kind of harm can be processed and resolved through the body, through the heart, that ripples back through every specific instance of that harm happening. In Buddhist language, we could say that if we can resolve the principle of greed or lust or grasping, and the principle of hatred or ill will or wanting to cause harm, and the principle of delusion or ignorance or confusion, resolving those principles resolves each of the specific times that that manifested. And so then the process spirals through attending to deeper and deeper layers of what needs to be healed and what can be opened to. Healing, opening further. Healing, opening further. And so there's no rush. It's not a race. It's not linear. Because of this, our path does not have to be about the past. Healing trauma, although trauma is rooted in the past, isn't about exhuming the past or processing the past. It's actually about processing the present. The definition of trauma that I'll use is that trauma is symptoms that persist in the present based in harm from the past. To say it even more simply, trauma is present moment pain based in past wounding or harm. So that means that if the thing that's happening that's painful is in the present, like I'm afraid of the wildfires that are, that are 50 miles from my house right now, in and of itself trauma. If that's a real appropriate fear, if, however, when that fear is happening, I'm freaking out in a way where I can tell that it's not just about that, but it's connected to other things. Like, oh, I can feel how that's connected to the way that that things happened in my past. That this is triggering that or pinging that. That's the trauma piece. Something happened in the past, and I can still feel it in the present. So we don't have to dig into the past. What we have to do then, this is really the somatic trauma approach, is we become more and more present with this exact moment. Oh, what's happening right now? I'm feeling a little constricted. I'm fogging out a little bit. I'm getting activated in a way that's out of proportion to what is happening. Those are trauma symptoms. Understood in this way, I'm going to call things like pervasive depression and anxiety trauma symptoms. I'm going to call overwhelm and collapse, a trauma symptom, even in very minor ways. I open my email inbox and I think about the work I have to do this week, and instead of being like, all right, I got this, there's a lot, but I got this, I see it and I just kind of like glaze over for a second and I can't focus. And I'm like, I don't even know where to start. Okay. That's a trauma symptom. Okay. Because there's nothing actually threatening me in this moment. My email inbox, as threatening as it seems, is not actually a threat. We are animals. Threat is physical and emotional in the present, right? I'm not being attacked. I'm not being insulted. I'm not being threatened. But there are things to do, granted. The perception that things to do is a threat to my being, that's a trauma symptom. When someone says something to me and I respond by being like, what? That's out of proportion. Was I really being threatened there? Oh, that's a trauma symptom. The reason I think it's valuable to define trauma in this way, which is a very broad way, is because, first of all, I think it's accurate, but because these things, you can feel how they're connected. Habit is largely trauma, right? What this means is that the way that we work on the big cataclysms that happened in the past and the way that we work on just the minor symptoms that we have that are related to the past are similar, right? All of it is present moment related, here and now, with the body as best we can. This means that trauma is essentially a synonym or a translation almost for the Buddhist word dukkha, which we could translate as distress, pain, dissatisfaction, suffering. The Buddha defined dukkha as the result of grasping at things being a certain way. In other words, putting up a barrier or constriction in relation to the present moment. I wish things were different. I wish this pleasure or ease that I'm experiencing would sustain, but it won't. I wish this pain that I'm experiencing would go away, but I can't make it. Both of those experiences of resistance to what's happening are dukkha. So when I see the inbox and I glaze over, that's dukkha, right? That's not pleasurable. My system is trying to protect myself somehow from threat, but I'm not at ease. So a few basics then in how we work with ourselves around trauma of this sort. First, we want to recognize that trauma is primarily a nervous system injury, which means it's related to the way that we try to, through our perception and our interpretation of what we're perceiving, stay safe as animals. Unfortunately, what this means is that negative information is much more powerful in our systems than positive, right? If there's a threat, it's more helpful for survival to pay attention to it than to pay attention to the pleasurable. And so we end up with what psychologists call negativity bias. Negativity bias is the habit of our attention being directed toward what's wrong rather than what's right in this moment. This becomes, this is interwoven with trauma because trauma essentially is the continual sense or the excessively recurring sense that something is wrong and therefore needs to be attended to, protected against, defended against, fixed. When that perception that something is wrong is misattuned to this moment, it doesn't mean that there's not something wrong, but that what's wrong is not all of what we're responding to. I'm actually reacting to both the present and the past. That's why it's a trauma symptom. And so it's helpful then in recovery from the symptoms of trauma to figure out how to unlearn this negativity bias. It's actually possible to feel safer in the present when we can, as an animal body, know that we're not under threat in this moment. Because of this, the heart of the way that I work with trauma and healing and spiritual practice itself, meditative practice, this comes both through Buddhism, which emphasizes it strongly, and through the system of organic intelligence, which is the offshoot of somatic experiencing founded by Stephen Hoskinson, my teacher, emphasizes this, the importance of pleasure. It's impossible to simultaneously feel threatened and pleasure at the same time. Because of that, we can turn it around and say, if we can cultivate the feelings of pleasure and ease, we will be less often caught in the symptoms of trauma that are attending to the negative. And so then one of the ways out of the negativity bias, the habit of attending only to the negative, is to attend to the positive. Can we tune our attention to that actually is okay in this moment? That doesn't deny that there are things that are not okay, but it says what is okay. Right? To do this, we have to be safe enough to even do the practice, right? This isn't a practice to do when you're literally being attacked. The right thing to do then is to run or fight or ask for help or do whatever you got to do. But here you are sitting in your home or your place. Can I actually perceive that things are safe enough, okay enough in this moment that I can turn my attention to that which is pleasurable? Oh, look, the light through the window. It's sweet. You know, I like that plant on the shelf. My body feels okay. My hands feel okay in this moment. We tune our attention to the pleasurable. Because what happens in trauma symptoms is that the nervous system activates. The nervous system is there to protect us. It activates in ways that are appropriate. and beautiful. It causes self-protective activity to happen. We'll look at these in some detail in the afternoon. And when it no longer perceives threat, it deactivates, right? So, you know, the nervous system through the amygdala in the brain, the smoke detector of the brain, swings into action when threat is perceived and stands down when threat is no longer perceived. And so our practice with trauma is to figure out how to perceive the absence of threat for this moment, when there is no threat in this very moment, so that we can actually find deactivation. Trauma essentially is persistent activation that's no longer needed. Activation that was appropriate in the moment of crisis, but in this moment of non-crisis, non-immediate crisis, this is so important. There's a crisis, right? The forests are burning, the world is warming, you know, the country is racist. There's so many things wrong, right? You're aging. I don't need to remind you, right? You know all the things that are wrong. All those things will continue to be wrong. But you don't have to be freaking out in this moment unless the freak out is actually helpful to you. So we try to diminish the freaking out that's unhelpful, allow that which is helpful, and tune the attention to that which is more easeful and more pleasurable in order to find deactivation and allow the ancient habits of trying to stay safe to resolve and complete. This is the process both of healing from all of the ailments caused by this perpetual activation, and this is the process into meditation and into contemplative practice. Because the definition of meditation essentially is deep deactivation, deeply coming out of patterns of nervous system activity that are self-protective, coming out of muscular rigidity, coming out of emotional chaos. The pathway into concentration and insight is ease and pleasure and deactivation. So both for healing, the healing side of the spiral and the spiritual practice side of the spiral, we need to come out of the states of alarm and emergency and into states of knowing where we are, knowing what's happening right now, being able to assess more skillfully what's happening right now, not in a thinking way, but in an embodied, in an animal way. When a deer is grazing, there's a crack of a twig, it startles, its big old ears flip open and it looks. As soon as, if it sees that it's just, you know, a rabbit hopping along or a house cat or a peaceful meditator doing walking meditation, it understands that there's no threat and it deactivates. That startle response drains from their body, it turns back to grazing. One of the core insights in somatic trauma work was that as humans, many of us lost the habit of deactivation. We don't return to grazing very easily. Some of us got startled 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, and we're still on alert. Some of our families and ancestors were startled and threatened and harmed 10, 20, 30 generations ago, and we're still on alert. So our task is to figure out how to return to grazing, how to actually know what the threat is in an embodied way, and be able to let go of the activation responses that are no longer necessary in this moment, that are not necessary. The heart of this then is going to mean, in Buddhist language, right, that the persistence of activation, that's grasping. When we hear grasping in Buddhist language, we think like, oh, I'm doing something. Like, oh, I'm addicted to chocolate. I'm grasping chocolate. That's not it. That's it. Sure, in a very simple way. It's too simple. It's so unconscious. Grasping is the part of my being that goes, if I don't have this, I won't be okay. And so all of these activations are essentially the nervous system saying, if I don't stay on high alert, Or if I don't shut down right now for my safety, I won't be okay, right? How do we learn how to deactivate? It's the same question as how do we learn how to let go? How do we learn how to not grasp? How to accept pleasure when it comes and let it go when it goes? How to attend to pain as it comes, respond appropriately, and let it go when it goes. All of this points to, in a mysterious way, the way that even who we think of as ourselves, our personality, our sense of self, is formed by these long habits of response to harm. Right? My bodily posture, my emotional posture, these are themselves in some ways trauma symptoms. The more we deactivate so that our energy is available for appropriate activation, the more resilience we develop, the more ease we live with, and really the more pleasurable the whole thing is. One of the important pieces I want you to take away from today is that the heart of both healing and meditation is pleasure. It's so important to find access to healthy, non-addictive pleasures in the body, particularly those that are not dependent on external stimulus, not dependent on, an external substance. So the pleasure of chocolate, the pleasure of being with someone you love, the pleasure of stimulating entertainment, those are fine, and they can be helpful when the trauma cycle is deep. But the deeper pleasures that are more helpful are the pleasure of the joy of stillness, the pleasure of being where I am, of having my attention gathered in this place, the pleasure of knowing that my actions are ethical and caring for others so that I'm not deepening the cycles of harm, the pleasures of wise relationship and community. These pleasures, if I can feel them, are the medicine that heals these ancient wounds, that dispels the ancient ghosts. So this is the heart of both healing and awakening practice. So with this as our basic model, we'll go into a couple of practices here, just short demonstrations of these practices, and then we'll have some time for discussion. The first practice, then, that we already hinted at in the opening of the day is the practice of orientation. This is the word used, again, by my teacher, Steve Hoskinson, in the organic intelligence work. This grew out of the somatic experiencing work developed by Dr. Peter Levine. And this is a way of coming into the here and now. And orientation is short for orientation to the environment through the senses. Orientation to the environment through the senses. And this speaks to the truth of our nervous systems, that as animals, we are primarily attuned to the immediate physical environment around us, even more in a sense than we are to the emotional environment, although that's our second great quality as human animals. But deeper than even the communal and emotional environment, we're attuned to the physical environment. And so if we can come into the physical environment and out of the spinning fields of thought and story and image, which is really the spinning of the past and future, hope and fear, we have a chance to come out of the most acute of the trauma symptoms. Orientation is both triage, like it's something that you can do consciously anytime, and please do it lots, every day, lots. It's really the basic practice of presence here. But it's also diagnostic. It'll tell you what's going on. If it's hard to do, you know that something's up, that some activation is present, that something is stirring in the heart, mind, in the body. So here's the basic instructions for orientation. Go ahead and do them as I give them. Do a couple rounds of this. And we start with orientation through the visual sense because it's the one that most easily gives us a sense of the external. We are upright visual animals. If vision is not your is not an available sense for you, if you're blind or otherwise visually impaired, you can orient through sound or touch. They can be a little more difficult because those bring attention into the body a little bit more. And the heart of orientation actually, and this is very interesting for a somatic kind of practice, is to not attend to the body at first. The body is where we're going to feel the intensity of whatever is going on more. So one of the amazing things we can do is actually bring our attention away from the body for a moment. And we do this not by going into thought or out of the body in that way, but actually into the environment around us, the land around us. This is perhaps the most ancient practice of presence that we might know as upright animals. So the practice of orientation to the environment through the senses. Let your eyes go where they want. This means not so much looking around, but disinhibiting the eyes, letting them just move. Don't try to plan what you look at, but just see or sense what's around you. And notice that very naturally, if you're upright, the head will turn on its axis. We are horizon gazing animals. You see what's around you. Again, the room, the land, the doors, the windows, objects. As your eyes wander wherever they want, notice that they pause in places. And whenever the eyes pause, let them rest there for a little bit and see if you can notice and name for yourself what they are interested in. What's catching your attention? There's always going to be some kind of interest, something there. Either it's pretty or attractive, or reminds us of something that needs to be done, or draws our attention in some way. And then see if you can notice as you notice what that interest is. Like, whoa, what's drawing me about this thing, this object, this whatever it is I'm seeing, this patch of light on the wall. As you see it, see if you can sense through that interest what it's asking of you, in a kind of like, oh, what's drawing me here? And there's always going to be something that's kind of interesting, or maybe pleasurable, but at the very least a kind of like, if I attend to this, things will be a little better, a tiny bit, right? Even if it's like, oh, I noticed something in the room that needs fixing, but then that in a certain way, that's embedded in the thought of like, oh, I could fix that. See if you can notice what draws your attention. Oh, that beautiful image. It doesn't have to be much. Sense that as best you can, and then let it go. Let the eyes keep wandering. You might come back to center and then shake it off. Kind of move the body, let it go. With the basic practices around trauma in the nervous system, it's helpful to keep them quite short. And that was even a little bit long for orientation in terms of the basic practice of it, because the heart of these foundational practices is actually to stay out of activation, or to stay out of strong activation. So if, as I'm doing any of these practices, if I come upon, something that's like, something deep to attend to, it's a little bit like I'm weeding the garden, and and I come upon like, suddenly I'm doing like nice little weeds, I feel really good, and then suddenly I come upon like an enormous thistle, which I did this morning outside of my garden. It's like, enormous thistle. And the practice is not to be like, just carry on, get into the enormous thistle. Like, no, that requires work gloves and tools. We're going to come back to that later. And so then, if you're like, you're orienting, you're looking around, and you're like, You know, oh my God, there's the picture of my mother. Oh, my attachment distress, or my, like, you know, then you sort of bow to mom and you're like, thank you, you know, and you keep your eyes going. Or you even, or you just bow to the reality of it as like, oh, that's true. And in that, right, you're not getting lost in the story. There's actually a possible even pleasure or ease in the bowing to what's true without getting lost in it. Right? You back up from the thistle and you're like, oh, thistle. Thistles are kind of beautiful. Look at that thistle. You know, wow, what a pretty purple flower you have, and what enormous spikes. I honor you, oh thistle. Right? Honor your ghosts and your wounds. Ghosts are much friendlier if you honor them than if you don't. So you bow to the ghosts and the wounds that you find, but you don't get lost. Anytime you're doing these practices and the mind starts to spin into whatever it is, open your eyes, move it around, drop it, move the body, come back. Like, we'll attend to that thistle a little later on, but it's good to know that it's there. And again, the heart of this is going to be find the pleasurable, or at the very least, the neutral. So, round 2 for orientation. Same practice, we'll try it again. Let the eyes go where they want. See the eyes as they move around the space, around your room or wherever you are. Notice where they land. Wherever they land, notice whatever interest is there. See if you can notice what's drawing me, what's interesting, what is this? And notice anything that you could call pleasurable or even neutral. Neutral is better than terrible. So any ease that you find. And then here's the next step. As you notice that there's interest or pleasure or curiosity or ease, then bring some part of your attention back to your body. So like, I keep seeing the thing that's interesting to me and I feel my body a little bit. And now see if you can feel the resonance or echo of that ease or pleasure in your body. See if you can sense what it feels like inside. Try this for a couple of minutes. There's a loud sound near me, so I'm going to mute. Here's the practice. Orient, interest, and see if you can feel the pleasure. Do that for a couple of seconds and then try it again. Just notice what this feels like. Again, don't get into the thistles, but see if you can bring a bit of your attention to your body now. And like, oh, what's it like? What does it feel like to be present in the room and present with something that's easeful here through my perception? Let it go if you haven't already. What we have here then is a primary relationship to the senses. And this first practice with the senses operates along what I think of as a spectrum between external and internal. External attention is when my primary focus is on that which is not my body. So the bookshelf, the flower, the trees outside, sounds that I'm hearing outside the window. This is attention to the external. There's some plumbing work happening 10 feet away from me outside. So if you hear that, that's the external to me. Orientation to the external brings my attention away from whatever emotional or somatic distress is in the body. And so, especially for triage, when you need like an emergency intervention, I'm freaking out, the slogan is attention out, attention out. You're like, oh, I'm freaking out. Look around, like, where am I? Like, I'm freaking out, but that big old oak tree is not. Like, you're nice, you know? Can I feel that? I go, oh, I can feel that a little bit. I like it. That's great. I'm still, it doesn't mean that I'm like, my freak out is suddenly gone, right? I wish it were that simple, but it's a little intervention. And if you practice this over time, it becomes a kind of deep environmental presence, right? You move through the world knowing where you are. So the first layer is orientation to the external. And in the external, there's interest, curiosity, right? Things in the external are good. Not all of them, but you can find the ones that are, right? Notice the good people. Notice the beautiful things that are present. The second step or second layer is the other side of the spectrum, which is the internal. And in the internal, there's both more of the drama and emotional reality. There's also more of the felt sense of pleasure and ease. And so the pathway ideally goes like orient to the external, land with interest, feel that interest as a kind of embodied ease or pleasure. And then as that develops, that embodied ease or pleasure is invited to fill the body. And so we might start with most of our attention out, and then slowly some of our attention is coming in, but still grounded in the external. And then bit by bit, as the internal is not startling, it's more comfortable, then attention comes toward the internal. And this is the pathway of meditation as well, where we come from external attention slowly inward. For those of you familiar with the yoga tradition, you might know the term pratyahara, the fifth limb of Patanjali's 8 limbs of yoga. This is the drawing in of the senses. This is exactly what this refers to. The process of meditation is to go deep inward. The concentration part is to go deep inward and settle in a profoundly relaxed inward attention where I'm not attending to the external. As might be obvious to you, I can only do this once I know that the external is safe. And so the prerequisite for inward attention in meditation is external safety. Again, not absolute or existential safety, not even systemic safety, but in this moment, in this room safety, in this circle of people. So if we imagine we're sitting in a circle together practicing, if I just said, welcome to class, close your eyes and let's start meditating. Some of you would be like, sure. And some of you would be like, no, because I don't know who's here, right? I don't know if this is a safe circle for me yet. Orientation to the external tells me, am I safe here? Right? Not cognitively, but bodily, emotionally, physically, which means somatically. And then as that stabilizes, right, then attention can come inward. So the whole process of orientation is to stabilize orientation. First to the external, then to the sense of interest and pleasure, then to pleasure in the body, and then ultimately to pleasure throughout the body, ease throughout the body, neutral affect throughout the body. In other words, I come out of the negativity bias and out of distress. When attention comes into the body, it will encounter all of the energy of the trauma symptoms. And so when those are strong, the primary practice for coming inward is titration, which means small doses. And so a basic variation of this practice is to orient to the external and then go internal and see what's here, and then come right back into the external. Right? And you can go back and forth. This is a beautiful practice for chronic pain, by the way, right? Find something pleasurable to pay attention to, and then bring your attention to the pain, and then bring your attention away from the pain, back out. Because overly intense or overly sustained attention with what's wrong deepens the trauma symptom and makes it harder to deactivate, harder to resolve. So we take it little bit by little bit. Let's practice this once more. We'll go through the whole cycle moving inward. We'll explore the inward a little bit, and then we'll come into our discussion period. So once again, orientation, starting with the external. Let the eyes go where they want, and you might open the ears as well. See the space. We're really disinhibiting the senses. Just letting the senses be open, really open. Just being here, awake to what's around me. Notice where the eyes land. Notice the sense of interest. Get curious about it. See if you can find the ease or pleasure in that interest that interest points to, suggests. And can you feel it in the body a little bit? Where do you notice that pleasure, that interest? Or as you attend to that which is interesting externally, what do you notice in the body? It doesn't even have to be related. Whatever vibration you notice, what is there? And then if the body has anything in it that's like comfort or ease or non-distress, then begin to let attention draw more and more to the body. And as attention comes into the body and sensation and energy, you'll notice the places that are more intense, places that are less intense, places that are more pleasurable or less pleasurable. And start with the pleasurable. If you're in a lot of pain, maybe you just come to the hands and feet or somewhere in the body that's not in pain first. If there's emotional distress, come to the periphery first rather than the core. Or if you come into something where there's activation or distress, but it's manageable, you can bear it, you can be with it, with a kind of interest and ease, then contact it, touch it. Be close to the thistle without getting lost or impaled, but just present with. And before too long, and before it gets lost in story, come back out to the external. You might come external, internal a couple times. One of the few things we can really learn to have control over is where we direct our attention. This is one of the only things we really have a handle on in terms of the conditions for well-being. Where do you put your attention? Really direct it to something outside yourself, and then really let it come into the body. And in the body, feel whatever ease or pleasure you can. If ease or pleasure feel far away, then just find that which is neutral or simple or easeful. Any form of that. And as you find that which is easeful or pleasurable in the body, really knowing it, being with it fully, being intimate with the body through the lens or the doorway of ease or pleasure, just for a few moments, or maybe sustain for a while, and then bring attention back to the external. One of the signs often that we've come through a little cycle of activation, deactivation, is that there's a spontaneous fuller breath. Not an on purpose fuller breath. It has to come by itself, the way that a yawn comes by itself and kind of resets the nervous system. But you can invite it, you can be open to it. As your attention comes back to the external, notice the impulse to take a breath. In the way that on the out breath, there's a natural settling. And you can learn to look for these little cycles of landing. And as you land back in the external and come on back to the external if you're not already, see if the colors or lights or shapes look different at all. See if there's any shift in the feeling of the external here. And then once again, we'll let it go and shake it off. Move the upper body, stretch out the legs, yawn. All of this kind of reset is foundational to to learning to ride the waves of the system. Wave of activation, wave of deactivation. Activation is not bad, deactivation is not good, any more than the in-breath is, good or bad, the exhale is good or bad. It's the natural rhythm of the nervous system. Our work is simply to give it the conditions to express more naturally and fully. All right. So let's open into some discussion, some questions. So we'll have some time here for any aspect of the what we practiced or discussed this morning from the talk or the basic practices. We'll work with the agreements for interaction as we speak, and I really invite anyone who has questions to unmute yourself and speak. You can use the little electronic hand raising if you want, or you can drop questions into the chat stream, and we'll explore a little bit together.
Hi. When focusing on the external and then coming back to the internal, is that done methodically, at a slower pace, or more like naturally?
It's a good question. I always will incline toward naturally. Like there's very often a natural like dropping inward, looking outward. The times when I'll adjust that natural rhythm is when I can sense that the natural rhythm has been disrupted by trauma. So like a common symptom of distress is that attention goes inward, particularly into the painful and the story about the painful, and it's hard to get it out again. So in those instances, I'll actually intervene in the natural, as it were, and I'll be like, no, come on out, get out of there. The way that I'm walking a dog along, and the dog is like sniffing things and peeing on things and being a dog, but then at some point they're like, and I'm like, what is it when they've got their nose in a gopher hole or in some pile of poop or something, and I'm like, come on, get out of there, And you have to tug harder on the leash. You're like, get out of there. Sometimes my mind is like, I'm like, oh, it's an external and internal, and I'm like, oh my God, all these things, and I have to tug on the leash and be like, get out of there, let it go, So the word natural here is interesting. We're going for natural, but natural has been dysregulated, right? Natural has been thrown off balance by trauma, by these cycles of repeated reactivation when not necessary. So you can totally do it methodically. Like you can just, and there's actually a beautiful variation of this practice that I've sometimes done, where you do it with a slow breath, right? I'm doing breath practice, and on the inhale, I'll open my eyes and orient out. And on the exhale, I'll drop back in. And very interestingly, you can do it on the reverse breath, and it's interestingly different. Inhaling, drawing attention into the body, and exhaling, returning out. So you can totally just establish a rhythm in that way. One of the main symptoms of distress is loss of rhythm. Loss of the rhythm of the breath, loss of the rhythm of the relationship between the breath and the heart rate, loss of the natural rhythm of internal and external attention. And so in order to retrain that, sometimes we have to force it for a while, do a rhythmic back and forth. Ideally not very much, but as needed, particularly to get out of the poop if we've got our nose stuck in poop. But more and more, the training is to work with very low levels of activation, like not to get lost in the thistles and the poops, but to work with the natural, like, oh, there's a natural impulse to open outward, a natural impulse to go inward. And we'll do this just during the afternoon, right? There's a natural opening with the in-breath and a natural drawing in with the out-breath. That the more we can support this natural rhythm to restore, the more the process starts to do itself. So you can play with it. We're going for natural, but sometimes we have to do some training to reset the system in order to find a more healthy natural. Does that speak to the question, Aiden?
Yeah. Thank
Right
you.
on. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's good to see you. Other questions here? Susan, please.
I was glad when you mentioned neutral. Sometimes when I'm doing Vedana practice, I will be unable to find anything pleasurable, but the neutral will be the intervention, and then the neutral turns into pleasure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And with a lot of patterning, addictive patterning, I can get in a little bit of trouble with the pleasure, searching for something pleasurable. So that neutral has been helpful.
Yeah. You know, compared to terrible, less terrible is pleasurable, right? So pleasure doesn't mean like, pleasure is not bliss. Pleasure here means, you know, any direction of, you know, if I'm at an 8 on the pain scale, 6 is pleasurable. Like, doing a little better today. And so then attention to pleasure is going to mean attend to anything further down the pain scale that you can find than what you're in. Susan mentioned the word Vedana. Vedana is the Pali word for the practice in Buddhism of becoming mindful of the feeling tone or hedonic tone or affect, the basic feeling of pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral that comes with any perception. So whatever I look at, my system is going to categorize it pretty much immediately as pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That painting is pleasant, that book is pleasant, that book is not as pleasant, that lamp is not very pleasant, but its function is pleasurable. You know, everything is like that. You know, the color of the wall is fairly neutral. And it's important, it's really central to Buddhist practice to become mindful of this feeling tone or charge. I like the word charge for it sometimes, in everything, because we tend to grasp at the pleasurable and reject the unpleasurable, the painful, and space out in relation to the neutral. Weaving that into the orientation practice here, the trauma practice, is going to mean favor the pleasurable and neutral over mindfulness of the painful at first as a gesture towards stabilization. You know, if I'm freaking out, I need to stabilize first before I can do deep digging. And so, you know, back away from the thistle. Even though there are mindfulness instructions that are like feel the thistle, be impaled by the thistle, you know, have warrior mindfulness in the face of the thistle. That's an appropriate practice once you've trained to do so, you know, once you're ready to do so. But that practice is also based on substantial and profound stability in the ego structure, in the social structure, right? That's a practice for monastics who are like living with trustworthy people 24/7 and being cared for, you know, and not under threat. It's not appropriate for many of us to dive deeply into the painful sensation or emotion, you know, right from the get-go. You know, that would be like, you know, welcome to Rock Climbing 101. It's a delightful and pleasurable sport. You will get to the top of the mountain. This is Half Dome. Begin at the bottom, and anything that happens, just keep climbing. Right? Like, yeah. So there's that. Like, don't do that, right? You start with little rocks. little tiny ones that you can stand up on, you know. And bit by bit, you're like, oh, I know how to balance. You know, I climbed up a slope that was like this, and it was a little slippery, but I balanced. And then the nervous system learns how to respond. You know, and then bit by bit, the slope, you know, over time. Eventually, you will attend to existential distress and the reality of all the things. But you start off you don't start off with existential distress on purpose, right? Part of what this means, however, and you know, Susan bringing in the neutral in this way, this is really a helpful reminder that that it's so important to find anything to land the attention with that it can stabilize with, and neutral and easeful things are easier to stabilize attention with. Susan said a different thing that's really important here around addictions. Pleasure is necessary both for deactivation and for concentration and insight in meditation. Pleasure based in external sensory gratification, which is what the addictions basically are. Like, if I do this thing and it's pleasurable, then I feel better. If I drink this substance, if I inject this substance, if I do this action with somebody else or by myself, it feels better. Those addictions, that's not the pleasure we're pointing to, because those addictions are brittle and fragile, and they deepen the wound in many cases. Not always, but they can. Not because they're inherently wrong, right? Like, all those things we could think of essentially as self-medication, and medication is necessary at times, right? But they deepen the wound because they are unreliable. If I need a certain thing to feel okay, if I need to have a certain kind of contact with another person, or if I need a certain substance or a certain living situation, ultimately that's not reliable. Other people die, change their mind, change their heart, move away. Loss is real. We all know this, right? And so if I'm dependent on a thing externally to myself to make me feel okay, I'm going to have to deal with that eventually as one of these spirals of healing, right? That's grasping. That's an activation. That's like, oh, I'm activated, and the only way I can deactivate is by doing this thing. The Buddha taught on a principle of what I'll sometimes call the finer peg principle. There's a simile in the Buddhist texts where the Buddha says, just as a carpenter or a carpenter's apprentice removes a coarse peg by means of a finer one, so too does a meditator remove an unskillful thought by means of a more skillful one. And so we might say the practitioner removes an unskillful action based in addiction by using a more skillful action based in cultivation. So the simile here is like, you know, you're a carpenter working in a time before nails, right? So your joints are held together with pegs. You've got a really stuck peg. How do you hammer it out, right? Your hammer's not going to get into the hole. You get a narrower peg and you put it on there, and you use the narrower peg to hammer the thicker peg out. In the same way, let's say I have an addiction to praise, let's say. So I really, really, really want other people to say certain kinds of things to me. That's going to be painful because sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. And sometimes they say the opposite, right? That's the nature of people. So what do I do about that? If that's the coarse peg where I'm getting obsessed about that, I'm getting upset about it, what would be a finer peg that I could replace it with? That's, you know, it's kind of the same general channel, of the same general sort. I might replace it, for instance, with the thought that, you know, I have both good and bad qualities, and you know, and I'm going to keep working on them, something like that. Or even better, closer, even a bigger peg, closer to it, I might say, other people will say all sorts of things, but I know that I'm basically a good person. You know, like, that's still a little bit of attachment. I'm attached to the idea of being a good person, right? So eventually, if I want to get fully enlightened, I will have to drop that. By that point, it might actually be true, which is great. But eventually, that's a clinging. It'll have to be let go of. But it's a healthier clinging than obsessing about what others are saying about me. So, you know, or I might say, other people will say all sorts of things, but I trust my best friend, and I'm going to really listen to what they say, and I'm going to ask them for feedback, or I trust who I'm accountable to. You know, all of these things are like, I'm still holding on to something, but it's a more skillful something than the addiction, right? This is sort of and addiction is the model here, right? This is really the methadone model. It's like, well, heroin's not healthy. Methadone isn't either, but it's not as unhealthy. So I'm going to shift to that, you know, and then I'll have to shift off of that eventually. So we don't want to encourage the harmful addictions by saying that pleasure is the basis here. What we want to encourage actually is the mindfulness of the natural healthy pleasures that are possible and present. So these are like the pleasure of stillness, the pleasure of being oriented, right? Being where I am can actually be very pleasurable, coming out of as an anxious thought storm into like, yeah, but there's that tree and there's these people and this is an okay place to be right now. And again, this means I have to put in brackets all the things that are truly wrong, you know, that I'm in a racist culture, or I'm in a, or my house is imperfect, or of course it is, right? That's not it. It's that it's possible to tune myself to that which is okay in this moment, even if it's just a few steps down the pain scale. And then that there are pleasures that can be cultivated. And again, we don't often immediately have access to them, but they can be cultivated, that are non-addictive and stabilizing for the heart and mind. And those pleasures become the foundation of meditation. Does that speak to that a bit, Susan? Thank you for asking. It's wonderful.
Thank you. I was also thinking about the Brahma Viharas as something that can feel real good.
They feel really good. The Brahma Viharas, the heart practices of loving kindness, compassion, joy, equanimity. All of the foundational meditation practices in the Buddhist system, not the deep, wrenching inquiries, but the foundational mindfulness practices of loving kindness, compassion, joy, equanimity, and practicing with the body and the breath. These practices, when done on a foundation of basic presence and coherence in the system, are quite pleasurable. And these are the classic finer pegs. So if I'm troubled by hateful thoughts, hatred as one of the three great poisons, I'm just complaining about something or somebody or some situation. A finer peg is to substitute it for, like a related wholesome thought. So if I'm complaining about how bad things are in the world, and there's a lot to complain about, I might choose to consciously shift that complaint into the practice of compassion. In other words, not turning away from what's wrong, but change the energy toward love and care, rather than being like, oh, things are so bad. Being like, things are bad, and I care. I can feel my care. The reason I'm so mad is that I care. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be mad. So can I feel my care? Can I shift that into compassion by changing the thought? And this is a classic intervention in Buddhist practice, is to use the Brahma Viharas to shift the mind out of greed, hatred, and ill will into kindness and compassion and celebration of others. Other thoughts here? Questions on the core practices of orientation. As a reminder, the basic practices we did were the orientation to the here and now, that brought in orientation to the land and the place and the ancestors of this land, and then our own history of family and ancestry arriving here. We did the practice of the precepts and the multicultural agreements orienting toward wisdom and community. We did the practice of orientation to the external and finding interest and stability there, and then drawing attention to the internal and finding ease or pleasure or neutral there. And this basic spectrum of directing attention to the external and the internal so that we titrate contact with the distressing as a way to stabilize the attention in the here and now. Questions on any of those practices or reflections from doing them? What did it feel like to do any of those practices? Anything interesting that you noticed there?
I have a question, and
I have a question.
sorry, go ahead.
No, okay. Amelia.
That's, I can't even speak. That's Morgan. Okay, go for it.
Morgan, yes.
Great.
Hi. Okay, I have something that I run by teachers. And I am so interested in if it sounds at all familiar to you. So I have this physical sensation that feels like a Category 5 hurricane that's in my solar plexus, and I have been practicing with it for a long time, and I oftentimes feel like I am watching this swirl, and I'm curious, but I want to be with it, but I'm watching it, and I can't. And I'm being very kind to it, but it doesn't reveal anything. It just continues to swirl, 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 and I don't know if that sounds familiar or if there's a way to, I don't know if it's the ultimate thistle of, inconstancy, non-self, like if it's a big existential thing, or if it kind of has a feel of dread and melancholy to it. Those are the words, I guess. Mm-hmm. And it's very energetic. And I love it, like I'm loving towards it, but I can't figure out how to interact with it. And the closest thing I have, because sometimes it feels like joy, it feels like energy, it feels like peace, like it'll feel very excited and bubbly and champagne-like, but I don't know, I don't think it's good. I mean, I think it's something, but I'm trying not to think about it and just feel it, but I can't figure out a good way to interact with it. I let it get as big as it wants, and that helps because that takes away myself. It takes away the self out of it. And so I let it expand and take self out of the experience of it. And that helps. I can, to some degree, but it's still, I feel it.
Yep.
He thought totally. I would love anything.
For sure. You're totally not alone. First of all, this totally happens. It's not even that unusual, although it seems startling. Often when this kind of thing happens, it's hard to tell from the outside or without a lot of investigation whether it's primarily a symptom of trauma, which can give rise to these symptoms, or a symptom of concentration or kind of like contemplative, energetic opening. And the symptoms can be similar, and probably in certain ways they're just two names for the same thing, which is a way of saying that a door has opened in the being, and the energy that is life is far more palpable than usual. So some part of the psychic armor came off in the hurricanes. You can see it, and so you know, often they're neither good nor bad, like anything, right? It's just an energy. The sense that you're having that you want to do something with it, or that something should be done about it, you can, you know, you've played with that even. You've gone really hands off, you've gone kind of hands on, and all of that's fair game. Notice if you're trying to get it to go away, and see if you can notice that as a kind of aversion or grasping. These kinds of things, they don't go away from being pushed away. You can't wish it away. It's an activation of a sort, and for some people they persist for a long time. For some people they just come and go. They don't always have a kind of story to them, and like you're saying, like some of those kind of like emotional feel, you know, this like melancholy, but also sometimes joy. You may or may not ever find it connected to a specific historical event. You know, a Buddhist way of saying that is you could be perceiving something that's from a far distant lifetime from you. We don't know. Energy is just energy. It's life, energy. So in relation to how to work with it, you've got a lot of the basic skills already that you've described. You know, titration is one thing. Like if it's getting overwhelming, bring your attention away from it. Investigation can help, bring your attention to it. And by attention, really, that ends up with this kind of thing, meaning intimacy, like somatic presence with it, really letting it be itself. And if you can tolerate it without dissociation, letting it grow as you've done sometimes and fill the body. And if there's one kind of basic somatic practice that seems to be helpful for some folks with symptoms like this, it is to let it expand to fill the whole body, or even to fill the whole universe. If you have time and space to rest in meditation like that, and if doing so doesn't further trigger you, right? If your ego structure can stand hanging back, not having to protect your boundaries in a certain way and dissolve in that way, sometimes that can be really helpful. Not helpful in the sense of like makes it go away or makes you get enlightened. It probably won't do either. It's just a phenomenon. But helps in terms of like sometimes these things can be thought of as like, you know, like if there's a kink in the hose and a lot of pressure builds up, it gets really intense. But if you take all the kinks out of the hose, the water just flows smoothly. And in that sense, big energetic experiences maybe can be most usefully thought of as a sign that there's some blockage rather than a sign that there's some opening, right? So you don't need to get all like excited about it either, which you're not. You're just like, okay, I'm watching it. Letting it flow can be a way of saying like, is there something blocked here? And that inquiry might help. You might ask yourself, you know, does this energy want something to happen? Am I meant to see something or understand something or release something by this happening? And you may or may not get a concrete answer. You can ask yourself, does this energy want to grow or shrink? And see what it says. The instructions for big energy in the early Buddhist system are to knead the energy into the whole body the way a bath maker kneads water into a ball of bath powder, so that the whole ball of powder is saturated fully but doesn't drip. And so that's a simile for basically fill the body, and by the body I mean everything perceivable as the body, which probably goes out a couple feet from your physical body, the whole field of your kind of immediate somatic perception. When you feel strong enough to do it, let the energy fill that space and sustain it with that kind of fullness, and let every cell of your being be drenched and saturated by it, and stabilize that. And if you can stabilize that, meaning like not a lot of extra thought, really steady attention, not a lot of fluctuation in that field, then see what happens. If you can hang out there for 10 or 15 minutes without other things arising. And sometimes that can be a doorway into a different experience of this thing, rather than it being kind of stirring up and chaotic. It can kind of plateau. And then you'll just explore it in that way. You can use it as an object of concentration. And if all of that might be also too active, right? That's the sort of intervention mode. You can also, as you've done some of, totally take hands off. And one other way you could work with it directly would be like to just let it be and focus on something else, like your breath. And again, this means you have a somatic system that can happily rest internal, but focus on your breath, and maybe even somewhere else, like not in your belly, but like use the nose tip or something, or the sense of the breath in the whole body. But don't ignore the hurricane, and stabilize your attention on this other thing, or use loving kindness if you stabilize attention on loving kindness practice, and do concentration so that you become stable, not just hanging back and observing it, but really steady yourself, and then see what it does. See how it responds. Does it like that? I'm saying it as if it's separate from you, which it's not. Do you like that? Do you like being stable while this thing spins? Right? And then external, internal is going to be a factor here, even internal to your body. Nose tip concentration is external to the hurricane. So you can contact it, and then you can come away, right? You can touch it, then you can come to just neutral in the whole body, and you could go into the solar plexus and then neutral into the whole body. And what you're basically going for is stabilization of your attention, not necessarily stabilization of the energy. It's going to do whatever it does, but stable full body attention as best you can. Does that help as a pile of suggestions?
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Sean.
Cool.
Thank you. And thank you, Sangha, for listening to that. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Right on. Feel free to reach out if you have more questions. I see Charles's hand, but there was also somebody else who started to ask right when Morgan was. Who was that?
Hi, it was Amelia. And sorry,
Okay.
my audio is coming out of a different box than my video is.
No worries. Let's do you and then Charles, and then that'll probably be it for us.
Okay, cool. So the experience that I had that I wanted to ask about was that when I have my eyes closed and I'm really doing the internal body stuff, it feels grounded. I feel not activated. And then when I open my eyes, that's when it's almost as if the part of me that is primed by not looking at all the rest of the stuff is not activated, and then the other part of me is primed to be activated. The part that's taking in all the stuff is primed to be activated. And I wondered if you had any words on that.
Totally. This is the classic like, oh, my system works the opposite way of the principle thing. I've actually heard a bunch of folks say this, and sometimes it's true for me too. I think of this sometimes as a symptom of overwhelm, that like there's so much going on. This is true for me anyway, and for some folks that I've talked to about this kind of thing. There's so much going on that it's actually, that even though internally there's some storms, there's stuff to process, you might say, adding stimulus by having the senses open kind of pushes me over the edge into like, it's too much. And so then internal actually feels less activating than external. What I think is happening here is that the overwhelm is part of the freeze system. And so part of what's happening is that rather than being in my sympathetic nervous system activation, my self-protective system, I'm actually more in the freeze system, or in the kind of survival shutdown protective system. We'll talk about this afternoon. But you've been in classes with me where we talked about this before, where where in a sense I'm hiding. You know, it's almost like, oh, if I go inside, it's kind of a warm blanket and I can get really calm. And but rather than being like I'm coming deeply into intimate contact with myself and my fullness, you know, because I feel safe, it's more like la la la, I can't hear you, you know, to all of the chaos outside. And so in that sense, I can both, I'll do that as a refuge. But if that's some element of what's happening, and it may or may not be for you, but it is for some, it is for me. When I hear you say that and I make some parallel. Internal protective states that have some freeze in them, it's actually hard to resolve those by staying internal. And so what I want actually is to not just find the protective space internally, but to figure out how to deactivate. And so if going internal helps me deactivate such that when you open your eyes again, you feel calmer and you can feel like you can deal with the external, then that was helpful, right? Then you found the deactivation pathway. Other times it's like, oh, it's good when I'm internal, but when I open my eyes, it's just as bad still. That used to be my experience on retreat. I was like, everything's fine as long as I'm on silent retreat, you know. And as soon as I come out, it's like, well, there's people and work and people and the world and the government and, you know, let's just go back on retreat, right? So what we're looking for is not actually, you know, internal or external as preferable. What we're looking for is deactivation. And so in the internal space, what you might look for is this space truly restful, oriented, grounded, like I can feel my whole body, I can feel sensations in my whole body, and I'm not afraid of the external, right? Am I truly at rest? And then you might test it by grounding internally and then opening your eyes and being like, what's startling? You know, is it negativity bias? Am I being drawn to that which is wrong in the environment and that's pinging me? Or, you know, is there a way that I actually feel threatened and going inward helps me feel less threatened? And you just want to tease out where's the activation and where's the pathway to deactivation, whether you're finding more activation or deactivation in the internal or the external. And we'll talk this afternoon about how to differentiate between sympathetic activation, which is kind of the self-protective mechanism, and parasympathetic freeze and collapse or overwhelm, which is the survival system of shutting down.
Thank you.
Start for that. Thank you, Amelia. Charles, and I think this will be the last question before our lunch break.
Thank you, Sean, for doing this. It's very, it's helping me out a lot. So I just want to say that first. So I, about 6 months ago, I survived something probably I shouldn't have. And so I'm really kind of hypervigilant and super alert. Yeah. And so I just want to kind of go over the process, just to review. It's like you orientate to the external environment, try to find pleasure in something, bring it internally and try to sit there for a while as much as you can, and then come back out and tune into the environment again. As maybe the emotions or the emotional tones or thought states get a little too strong in the moment. So I'm thinking that, but also one of the things I do when I enter an environment, I guess, because my mind's already sizing things. So I kind of like label things, I guess, at first to orientate myself, like people, trees, and then I kind of try to tune in that aspect. And I just kind of try to sit with things till they get to the point of being overwhelmed and then kind of back and forth. So I don't know. I kind of just want to see if that's kind of the process, because this has helped me out a lot. Great.
May it be helpful, and blessings in your recovery. I'm glad you survived, not knowing you, but I'm happy to see you anyway today, other than not here. So you survived, and we never know why. Some of us survive and some don't. Who knows? So you've totally got the basic process. That's the structure. When it's intense like that, so when you're really dealing with like hypervigilance in that way, you're really trying to recover from this quite terrible thing. It's not about working through all the steps on the thing. Very likely, you might spend a long time just with that first step, and that's just basic orientation to the external. That's like, and you're doing it naturally. The whole thing about this is that it's instinctual. We're trying to support our natural instincts. The animal in you is going like, where am I? The animal in you is also a little bit going like, what the fuck was that? What just happened? And over, it's still going, what happened? Where am I? Am I okay? What happened? Where am I? Am I okay? Right? And that's the energy. And so orientation is a way of saying, it happened, but you're here now, and you're okay, even though you don't believe you are. That's okay, And so as an ongoing practice, and again, you're already doing this. So this is just supporting that that your system is already knowing. Is to know where you are. So orienting through the eyes, seeing where you are, and even for just a few moments at a time, but over and over, like a few moments every few minutes for the whole day. Like just keep doing it, right? Not even just in new situations where it's going to be heightened. Do it in your kitchen, you're safe, really, but you don't know. You're like, I don't know. So you orient and your system's going, slowing down in the orientation will give you more information about what's getting pinged. So, even just the way that you'll be like, you orient and your eyes always, maybe they go to the door first, right? That's where it is. Or, whatever it is, they go to something. You just notice that. And you're like, yep. Right? And even if there's not much pleasure, it can be like, exactly as you're saying, you name things, tree, door. One of the very, very basic triage interventions that I would use in trauma counseling with folks in more extreme states like that, mostly in more extreme states than yours, you're already doing this, but this is a basic form of orientation, which is like, name 3 things in your environment, right? Lamp, curtain, plant. And then name 3 parts of your body: hand, arm, shoulder, right? As you get ease with that, then it would become name 3 sensations, aching in the ankle, pressure in the head, hungry. Great. Don't even investigate them, just name them and come back out. 3 more things in the external, chair, camera, painting. And in a sense, what you're doing is you're going external, internal, without getting lost in either, right? And you're looking for, exactly as you're doing, you're looking for any hint of the alarm going from red down to orange, from orange down to yellow. So you orient and you're like, oh, that. And you feel a little like, then you see if you can stabilize that for a little bit. And as you get better at it, you stretch out that stabilization. Can I stay oriented and out of the deep alarm zone for a few seconds, and then I just come back and shake it off? And then can I stay there for 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and then come back and shake it off? And you'll find the threshold where your system tips into alarm. And the practice is to learn that really well. You do already, you know where it is, but to consciously learn that and then stay just within it. In other words, you're not trying to process the thing. You're actually trying to stabilize the sense of not being in the thing, right? You don't process the car wreck. You just remember again and again that you're not in it, right? Whatever it was. And so from that basic stabilization, then those steps, orient, ease, pleasure, whole body, in the organic intelligence work, this is called the 4 steps of stabilizing blue or stabilizing pleasure. It's about coming out of what happened and into the here and now, again and again, in really tiny ways, bit by bit, and stabilizing that as the foundation for going further. Essentially, as the foundation for continuing to do that, coming more and more into contact with, like, oh, this is how my system is freaked out, you know, is responding. Yeah. Right on.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. You're so welcome, and blessings in your healing, and blessings to everyone.
Are you sharing any contact information later?
You can find me on my website. I will share it in the, I'll share it in the chat, and I should say that, let's see, here's a couple links in the chat before we go to lunch. Here's the event link from Insight Santa Cruz. This is where you can give Donna to Insight Santa Cruz. It's also where you can rejoin the meeting. You can leave the meeting open during lunch if you want to, turn your camera and stuff off as you like. And I'll drop the link to my own website and gift economy page in here as well, in case anyone has to leave at lunch or for the end of the day, for offering Donna to me for the day. I'll just pull that up. So you have access to me. You can always write to me through the contact form on my website as well, and you know, listen to other talks, you know, all the stuff that websites do nowadays. All of that's there, and yeah, I'm happy to hear from anyone in the future. I don't do individual kind of therapeutic sessions at the moment, but I do group teaching, and there's ways to interact, and it's a pleasure to do so. So let's take our lunch now. Let's take a moment to ground and reset our energy. We'll go to lunch, and then we'll return together for some theory and more practice in the afternoon. Take a moment and just let all of the words and images settle. Come back to the body in this place, on this land, in this moment. And whatever you've encountered in the course of the morning, in yourself, in the practices, in anything that arose, and in everything happening in your life right now, in the life of those you love, we send the blessing of loving kindness, compassion, celebration for that which is going well, care for that which is difficult, and ultimately the balance of heart, of equanimity, that understands our place in the swirl of all things, in the family of all beings. May we each be safe. May all beings be safe. And may we find the awakening and liberation of the heart that we seek. So blessings. Enjoy lunchtime. We will resume right at 2 o'clock for the second half of our time here. I'm going to leave the meeting open and running. I'll pause the recording. And I look forward to seeing you in the afternoon. So as always, you know, if it's the right thing for you to do, eat some good food, move the body, take some rest, movement, getting outside if the air is clear enough where you are to do so. And I look forward to seeing you soon. So blessings. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Good to see everybody. Welcome to folks as they're returning. I hope your lunchtime and resting time was nourishing, was refreshing. We're learning how to do these sustained practices on Zoom, and part of what's been actually really a pleasure about them is not just complaining, speaking of sticking with the positive, but or turning toward the positive, but actually noticing the ways that it does work, that it works differently, and that it doesn't always work in the same ways, and some parts of it don't work, but some parts of it do. And the way that we can actually feel like we're connecting with people, or actually learning a technique, or investigating a topic together. And there are some topics like trauma and healing where actually I've been having this conversation with therapist friends of mine, that being in your own home actually changes the practice. This whole practice of orienting to the physical space. You know, I'm so used to teaching folks to orient to, you know, the retreat center space, or a meeting hall, or the public space that we're in, or, you know, when I was doing one-on-one sessions, like to my office, for instance. And now orientation is really different, and actually I think in an important way for this work, when it's we're in our own spaces, and you're actually being asked to orient to things that are very familiar. And so hopefully that makes the practice actually even more successful, because because you've had the chance to hopefully, you know, be in your space, live in a space that's shaped somewhat to your temperament, and that your things are around, and it's your space. So I'm actually enjoying practicing with folks all in our homes for this orientation practice. So welcome to folks as you're returning, continuing the orientation to sights and sounds. In my current environment, the morning plumbing drilling, which was a particularly fierce sound, has now changed, and there's a toddler play date across the house. So 2 4-year-olds, so different sounds, but that'll be part of our soundscape for the afternoon. Well, welcome to folks as you're arriving. I'll just attend to the lighting in here a little bit. And we'll start our afternoon with a bit of talk, a bit of theory. So afternoon lecture time. All right, thank you. Leila says Susan may have to evacuate on the far west side of Santa Cruz near Highway 1, which may be closing soon. Does anyone know if Insight Retreat Center is okay? I don't know. Does anyone know?
Yeah. I was just there yesterday. We're not in evacuation zone, so everything east of the Highway 17 the air quality is really poor. We're not in evacuation zone yet.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. All right. May it persist. I saw that the historic buildings and the old lodge and headquarters in Big Basin all burned, which is heartbreaking. But I'm glad that those of y'all that are on that side of the ridge are okay for now, and may it continue. Yeah, we are up in Sonoma County. We're actually in a little bubble of halfway decent air and not evacuating, but the fire here is north of us, so the wind is mostly pushing the smoke north, and the fire north. So we're in the clear for now. So Leila, thank you, and give my and our blessings to Susan, and of course mine to all of you and everyone down there. Please be safe, whatever that means. And so there's a way that, you know, a lot of us have I have the particular, you know, addiction to like reading the news too much. And there's a way that as a form of external orientation, sometimes it seems like it's helpful to orient to what's happening in the external world. And so this would be an example of that, right? In a very direct way, like here's what's happening nearby us. It's important to know. And in a way, it's a beautiful, you know, very present moment example, right? Particularly those of you who are down in the area, you know, in the Santa Cruz area and the mountains there, South Bay. Notice the reaction, right? This whole thing, in a way, is about how the nervous system responds to the perception of danger, and that includes how we respond to real danger, right? Like a healthy nervous system activates in the presence of real danger and deactivates when that danger is past. Wounded nervous systems are often activated when there's not real danger, but then get further dysregulated or spun or even overwhelmed in the presence of real danger. So part of what we are doing is not trying to deactivate into some like permanent calm state, but restore the natural responsivity of the nervous system so that when there is a real emergency, right, that our activation is healthy and effective, right? That we have the presence of mind, the presence of body, the presence of social relational fluency to do what's needed in a moment of crisis. So, this is the kind of moment that we're in. So for our afternoon, I'll start with a talk on contemporary trauma theory. This will be primarily based in the insights of the organic intelligence system and the basic model of the polyvagal theory. Both of these are mind maps or theoretical models in a way that provide a not overly complex and very practicable approach to working with the nervous system. So organic intelligence originated by my teacher, Stephen Hoskinson, growing out of the somatic experiencing tradition of Peter Levine, which itself grew out of many other and learned from many other traditions, including the eidetic imagery tradition, the Gestalt tradition with Fritz Perls, the bodywork tradition of Ida Rolf, and others, is all in the lineage of that work. All of the somatic therapies, you know, descended from related founders, and then the polyvagal theory coming from Dr. Stephen Porges, and in a much more academic, physiologically oriented way, recognizing ways that we can work with the kind of the sense that the parasympathetic nervous system has two branches that operate in similar but importantly different ways for our well-being. So we'll talk about that and give us a basic foundation in the framework that all of these interventions, these practices, are riding on. We'll do that talk and a little bit of discussion, and then we'll learn two new kinds of practices. One breath and movement oriented, and one kind of spiritual practice oriented in a certain way, the practice of refuge in the Buddha Dhamma and Sangha. So, beginning. The autonomic nervous system is called autonomic because it operates largely below the level of conscious control. And so the nervous system governs things like the rate of the heartbeat, the rate of breathing, blood flow to the limbs, digestion, a whole host of physiological processes that that need to get, in a sense, turned on and turned off, or the volume turned up and down on them, depending on external circumstances. So the nervous system, in a way, mediates between external conditions and internal processes. So if external conditions shift, seeming to require more blood flow to the musculature, for instance, to fight an attacker or run away from an attacker, the nervous system sends more blood to the musculature and takes blood away from digestion, for instance, which isn't needed in that moment. The nervous system governs the play between perception and action, we might think of it as. And so this part of our physiological structure is then the part that attends most directly to the experience of feeling threat and being in danger, and mobilizes the resources needed to protect ourselves from danger. As we talked about in the morning, the one way that we can understand trauma or dysregulation in the nervous system, first we can understand trauma as dysregulation of the nervous system primarily. And then we can explain that by recognizing that due to various conditions in our lives, not least of which is modern life itself, which is remarkably non-somatic, non-embodied, or disembodied oriented. The conditions are such right now that it can be too easy to not let the nervous system do its job well, and particularly to not find full deactivation from nervous system activation that has set self-protective processes in motion. And so vigilance, body armor, startling, anxiety, worry, fear, shutdown, all happening as a kind of defense against something that's happening, even when that thing that is happening is not as threatening as the nervous system thinks it is. This is a beautiful parallel to what the Buddha calls ignorance, or avidya, not knowing, not understanding. Because in a way, it's a basic mistake, right? My sweetheart says something more or less kind to me, but it pings a particular sensitivity I have about something, and I get activated. I feel defensive. I'm not actually being attacked, but my nervous system thinks I am, right? It's a mistake. It's a mistake in perception and interpretation of what's happening. And unless I have the skill to notice that, the mindfulness to notice, oh, I just got activated, and I could go back to my sweetheart and be like, hey, what did you mean by that? That felt like it had a sting to it. Are you feeling critical? And my partner can be like, oh, yes, I was feeling critical of this thing, or no, I wasn't feeling critical. What did you perceive? That kind of thing. Without that mindfulness, I'm just stuck in the activation, right? And I don't actually know whether I'm being threatened or not. And so we are looking to set up the conditions for the autonomic nervous system to do what it is supposed to do naturally, which is to activate in the presence of immediate physical and emotional danger, and deactivate when that danger is past. So the model of nervous system function, known as the polyvagal theory, meaning multiple vagal, the vagal referring to the vagus nerve. The polyvagal theory is developed by Dr. Stephen Porges kind of over the last 20 years or so. It's been evolving, so it's a relatively new theory. 20 years is not that old in the scope of things scientifically. And so it's still being refined. It's being challenged in some aspects. It's being built upon. And it's turning out to be a tremendously useful model for how the nervous system works. Porges suggests, in a sense, two basic new ideas in relation to how the nervous system works. The classical idea of how the nervous system worked was that it was basically a seesaw, where there's either activation or deactivation. Activation was the sympathetic nervous system, deactivation was the parasympathetic nervous system, and that they just went back and forth. There was one activating system and one deactivating system. And when you were activated, you were not deactivated, and when you were deactivated, you were not activated, and that was it. So that the graph was like an X. X. Wakanda forever. There's the graph. Porges came in to say that's not actually accurate, because the parasympathetic system does multiple things. In a sense, the parasympathetic, or the deactivation system, is more complex than we thought. And it's in a way more complex than the sympathetic or activation system. The second main piece that Porges suggests is that this can be correlated or tied into, okay, wait, I'm pausing. My phone just pinged an evacuation warning. It's not actually for the zone that I'm in, but it makes this very startling sound. So, in this amazing way, right? This is exactly the thing. Startling sound, the phone pings, I look at it, it's got its yellow marking, and my heart rate increased, and this kind of like heat and constriction is in my central channel right now. And then I looked at it, and I scanned through it, and it said for zone 4A2, and that's not the zone I'm in. So I'm like, all right, and some little bit of and telling you about it is helping it to further settle, right? And reorienting to what I'm doing, and knowing where I am. And that's how it works. Thank you, Sonoma County, thank you, Sonoma County, for the warning. Thank you, not thank you, to the fires for making it happen. But that's the process, right? And you all have versions of this that are happening all the time, right? And right now there's a lot of emergencies. You may be quite pinged over and over, and that is central then to our entire practice. How you work with that is one of the most important things for how well or unwell you feel in a given moment. So Porges's proposal around the polyvagal theory is that the nervous system developed in the process of evolution in a way where, as organisms, starting with very simple, like single-celled organisms, animals on this planet developed initially with certain forms of self-protective impulses. And as the animals evolved into other kinds of animals, like into multi-celled organisms, and then into amphibians, and then into reptiles, and then mammals, and then cognitive mammals and social mammals, etc. Diversifying, these different types of animals evolved different kinds of self-protective mechanisms in their nervous system. And so when he describes the nervous system, he does it in a kind of historical or phylogenetic kind of way. Phylogenetic meaning like broad classes or families of organisms, phyla, to use the old word, exhibit certain fundamental patterns in how they protect themselves. This gives rise to, in a simplified way, three basic nervous system states. One is a state of rest and more or less equilibrium, where we do not feel threatened or in danger. This is a state where social engagement is possible, and the body's threat or alarm systems are at a low level. They're ready to turn on if needed, but they're not on at the moment. This is a parasympathetic state, so it's calming, deactivating. And then there's the activation state of the sympathetic nervous system, where the body prepares for fighting against an attack or fleeing from that attack. And this is the system of activation, right? The sympathetic system. And then, and this is Porges's big contribution, there's a third state that is also parasympathetic, and this is the freeze or collapse or shutdown part of the system. And what happens to trigger freeze or collapse or shutdown is that either the self-protective activation systems, fight and flight, are failing, right, are being overwhelmed by the situation, or unable to find success in some way. And the system actually shifts then from active self-protection into shutdown as a last-ditch survival attempt. This is the possum playing dead, although it's not playing, it's actually significantly shut down, low body temperature. It's a kind of paralysis that it enters into. This is the deep freeze system. So we've come to add freeze to the old pair of fight and flight, fight, flight, and freeze. Recent folks have developed some other aspects of these. If we think of these as behavior, like the behavior of fight back, the behavior of flee, the behavior of freeze. Some folks, particularly from the queer and social justice communities, have recognized some hybrid behaviors. For instance, behaviors that have some aspect of freeze to them, like not fighting back, but also some aspect of social engagement. And one of those is called fawn, where the person has learned or developed the practice of engaging socially, taking a subservient position in order to preserve safety. This is a classic behavior among the social mammals. Chimps do this, dogs do this. So sometimes you'll hear nowadays fight, flight, freeze, and fawn as a variation. This is a variation on this from a slightly earlier response, more coming out of feminist theory, was the reframe of, or was the counterpart to rest and digest as a restful parasympathetic state. And you'll hear sometimes the phrase tend and befriend. Tend and befriend, which again is a self-protective activity aimed at diffusing danger by going into nurturing or caretaking mode. So again, using the social engagement system that is our most evolved self-protective mechanism to stay safe. So this quote from Stephen Porges that was on the opening schedule sheet that I posted up there. We need to understand that the human nervous system, like the nervous systems of other mammalian species, is on a quest. And the quest is for safety, and we use others to help us feel safe. Humans are social creatures, and so we have access to this full range of self-protective activities, not just fight and flight, and not just freeze as a survival shutdown, but social activity as a self-protective maneuver itself. And so this is sometimes called tend and befriend or fawn, and it has aspects then of the other primary states of fight, flight, and freeze in it. Some aspects of freeze, some aspects of engagement, and all with the aim of keeping the organism safe enough to find more stable safety and refuge. So I dropped into the chat stream a handout, the ANS PVT map on autonomic nervous system and polyvagal theory map. I'm going to pull it up on the screen now and describe this system in a little more detail. I'll zoom in on this, so don't worry about it yet being very small. But these three basic states of the nervous system, I call connect, protect, and survive. Those are my terms for these three basic states. And I'm going to describe them to you in reverse order: survive, protect, connect, because that's the order that Porges uses to describe them as a form of evolution. So slowly, as animals, we evolved these systems. So first, the survival state. This is the freeze state. This is, according to Porges, the most ancient of the self-protective mechanisms. This is the system that freezes or shuts down when threat is overwhelming. This is part of the parasympathetic system, and because it is primarily associated with the abdomen and the gut, the nerves that govern this system are primarily innervate the gut and viscera. It's called the dorsal vagal system, dorsal meaning down and back. For us as humans, we don't often find ourselves, hopefully you don't often find yourself in a full like possum playing dead scenario where you're being physically attacked and you have to go into a kind of coma, a dissociating state. Probably the most common version of that degree of this is in surgery and anesthesia, which can be very difficult to unwind as a trauma, because even if you went into it willingly, your body doesn't know that, and anesthesia forces the freeze state very strongly. So that often has to be worked through afterward. We largely perceive these states, if they're not in relation to like direct threat, as emotions. So the emotions of the freeze state are things like overwhelm, shock, confusion. And it's characterized by an outward calm, but an inner intensity. So this morning we talked about, strong energy inside, and wondering like, what that, sorry, it wasn't that one. There was the question about when the internal is actually more calm than external attention. Sometimes this can be a sign of some aspect of freeze being present. Think of freeze like shock after an accident. There's outward calm. I was in a terrible car accident a couple years back, and I totally remember, I'm talking to the police, I'm filling out the insurance report, and I totally remember being like, oh, this is shock. Shock is great. I don't feel any pain. I'm not freaking out. I'm just filling out the paperwork. I'll freak out later. That's shock, and that's freeze. There's an outward calm, but I'm not actually calm, right? There's an inner intensity and activation. But the parasympathetic system knows that if it was going to express that activation, I might still be in danger. So it shuts it down. There's an amazing story of the naturalist, paleontologist, Dr. Livingstone, in colonial times, working in East Africa, digging up fossils and things, and cataloging species. And he was pounced by a lion while working in the field at one point, and he lived to write about it. And he wrote this incredible description of it happening. His mindfulness was on, he noticed. And he writes about turning around to see the animal in mid-leap. And that in that moment, he says, a strange, unnatural, blissful calm came over his whole body, right? Some of you know this state intimately. I feel it a little bit as I describe it, a little rush of energy. And one of the characteristics of the freeze state is that it's analgesic. It diminishes pain. So the physiology is of collapse, immobility, shutdown. So he lives through it. He gets pounced by the lion, he escapes, he gets rescued by his friends, etc. And he was writing from a Christian perspective, and he says, this must be the grace given by the Creator to the beasts of prey, that they not suffer in their last moments. So you don't feel the pain of it in the moment. When you come out of freeze, you feel the pain later. And the characteristic in awareness is loss of witness or dissociation. So, people in surgery saying like, oh, I was floating up above the table and I looked down and I saw my body on the table, right? That's a deep dissociative state. But even the little bit of freeze that I talked about this morning, I see my email inbox and I glaze over a little bit. That's freeze in a mild form, right? And what it is I got overwhelmed. And in that overwhelm, I don't have the presence of mind to say, oh, this looks like a lot. Perhaps I'd better make an orderly list, right? Rather than doing that, my system just goes, ah, and for a few minutes, I'm not mindful, right? Loss of mindfulness is a characteristic of freeze. It's actually quite difficult to be mindful during freeze, but you can train to do it. And say, oh, this is what's happening, right? You become a witness of that experience. But awareness gets muddy in freezy states. It's hard to focus. Even though it seems like in shock, you're focused. It's not, you're not really seeing clearly. You might be injured and not really aware of it. So this state is characteristic of all the simple organisms up through amphibians. When you startle a frog, it just freezes. That's their survival mechanism. As the animals developed into animals with mobility, reptiles and the mobile mammals, the nervous system mode of the sympathetic developed. And so this is everything that has legs to run or slither and the ability to fight back. And so this is the fight and flight system. The sympathetic nervous system activates blood flow, activates breath, moves energy around in the body, shuts down sleep receptors, shuts down digestion, makes it possible to respond to protect. So this is the protection system. Again, we largely, if we're not being literally attacked or threatened, we largely feel this as the emotions of anger and fear. So anger being the fight spectrum, fear being the flight spectrum. And so I have a kind of stack of mild to intense emotions that are on that spectrum. On the anger spectrum, annoyed, frustrated, grumpy, mad, angry, rageful. On the fear spectrum, worry, nervousness, anxiety, scared, afraid, terror. And generally, we will, as activation increases, we go up that spectrum. As activation decreases, we go down it. The physiology is that fight is about engagement and flight is about disengagement. And the awareness, this is where the negativity bias comes in. Awareness goes toward the threat or danger, whether real or imagined. So real danger is when something's actually happening physically or emotionally here in the present. Imagined is when it's a trauma symptom and something has pinged me and I'm responding to actually the past rather than the present. So activation is good when it's appropriate. Self-protective activity triggered by perceived threat. Deactivation is that the activity or the activation completes as the sense of safety returns. And what we want is to be appropriately activated when needed and to deactivate when not needed. And the main injury here is that we fail to complete deactivation. So we're stuck either in the sympathetic state, like frustrated all the time, or over threshold in the overwhelmed state. And that threshold at the top of the screen there of overwhelm, this is the border between protection and survival, right? If I'm getting activated and I'm trying to fight back, but it's clear that I'm losing the fight, at some point I get overwhelmed and I collapse. And that's when the system flips. And again, it's not conscious, but it flips from activation into survival deactivation. That's not deactivation down the spectrum, but it's actually kind of the mask of freeze, right? I just drop to the floor. So that's the threshold of overwhelm. So there's the protection system, the sympathetic. But we mammals and several of the other mammal species that are social continue to evolve a third system, which is the connection system, And this is orientation and social engagement. This is also parasympathetic. So it's parasympathetic, and it's governed by a different branch of the vagus nerve. This was Porges's insight. The vagus nerve is a cranial nerve that exits the head, the skull at the back of the head, in the bundle of nerves that comes down into the spinal cord. It's called the vagus nerve because it wanders. Vagus is the wanderer in Latin. And part of what it does is it splits off. Part of it comes forward to the face and throat, and part of it goes down to the belly and the viscera. The face and throat is where we speak, where we perceive emotion in others, and it's where we do the lightning fast assessment of safety that we do in social situations. The way that you know whether you're suddenly not quite safe enough by the tiniest flicker of expression on someone else's face, right? This is how you read faces and how you express to others your state through your face. So ventral vagal activity happens quickly, and it has to do with the voice also. It's partly how you can tell by someone's voice their state. It's really different to hear a voice that has a lot of prosody in it, a lot of change of tone, the way we talk to children, like, well, now we're going to do a wonderful thing, right? A lot of change of pitch. That's really different than if I just talk to you like this in a kind of steady monotone, right? That's threatening. We're perceiving through the ventral vagal system the social safety or non-safety that we know by connecting frontally with each other. So it's the ventral vagal. The emotions here, when this system is prominent, are safety, openness, presence, responsiveness. The physiology is relaxation. When we're not particularly threatened, we're in a kind of rest and digest situation, and we're available for social engagement. Right? We're social beings. When we're happy, we're generally available for contact. That doesn't mean we want to make contact, but it just means like we're not shut down or protected against it. And the awareness is really orientation that we were practicing all morning, orientation to the environment through the senses. And so that's the sequence evolutionarily. What happens to us in practice is that if we were, say, in this connected, oriented state, and something happens to startle us, like the phone beeps with an evacuation warning, which it keeps doing for other areas, we cross the activation threshold and the sympathetic kicks in, right? Or we see a flicker of something on somebody's face and we leave the parasympathetic ventral vagal and we shift a little into the sympathetic. There's a little transitional state here that's not on the chart, but it's called arrest, not meaning by the police, but arrest meaning a sudden stop and alert. It's that moment when the deer perks up and turns its head. And that's not freeze. That's actually kind of the border between rest and activation, where there's an assessment of what's going on. And that's usually pretty brief. And then either there's no threat and that deactivates, that's the activation threshold, or there is a threat and it further activates. And very often it's so fast that we don't even notice it. It flashes through and we're already acting on the activation, especially for activations that are very habitual. So from the connect state, we get startled in some way, the sympathetic system kicks on, and we kick into self-protection. That goes as far as it goes, right? Emotions are strong, energy is strong. It either, if we manage to achieve completion on one of those, like we're mad, we get to express it, we feel heard, and we then feel no longer threatened, then we deactivate and we go back down. So the whole thing is like the meter goes up, and then when the conditions are right, it goes back down. If the meter keeps going up, if we keep getting activated and we're enraged in a certain way, if it keeps being threatening, we can get overwhelmed, right? We burn out on the rage basically, and we shift again over threshold. And that's what the term we'll use, right? Oh, I'm over threshold into the survival state or the freeze state. To heal, we have to come through them in reverse order. So coming out of freeze means coming into activation. And this is often not good news seeming for folks who are very freezy, because it means that in order to heal from chronic collapse and freeze and overwhelm and shutdown, usually what we have to get into contact with is anger. And often fear will come first, right? In the same way that in the process of getting activated, it seems like the nervous system first goes, can I fight back? No. Okay, can I run away? No. Okay, I'll collapse. When we come out, it's like, oh, I'm afraid, but actually I'm really angry. And the pathway out is to come through all of it back down. So you have to get mobilized, and then that mobilization has to be allowed to complete. So like the somatic experiencing modality is all about completing self-protective responses. Somebody's telling the story, this is what happened, and as they tell it, they're like, I don't even know, like this stuff just kept happening. I just felt like I don't like this. I really don't like this. And they will make some gesture, right? It's so classic, totally unconscious. And the somatic experiencing therapist will be like, let's slow down that gesture. Give it a little push. And they'll even like maybe do some push hands with them or something. The whole purpose is that is an ancient self-protective gesture. Maybe it's the gesture that your body tried to make during the car accident when you were 10 or last week or whenever. It didn't complete. If you can complete it, and that's going to mean consciously with full presence, allowing that thing to be felt all the way out, there's very often, and this is strange, it's kind of amazing when it happens, it totally happens again and again. There's this rush of energy, often heat, and then it'll flip into deactivation. There's often tears, some kind of discharge or release. And it doesn't have to be big. It can be even a little thing, like just slow down that gesture a little bit. Or someone's like, I don't know. I just don't know what's happening. You'd be like, just feel your fist for a second. And be like, I don't know. Right? And that's a little threshold in deactivation. So this chart then is a way of understanding our basic practice with the nervous system. We want to find deactivation for the things that are stuck so that the process is free to return to its natural rhythm. That when we get threatened, it activates, and then it deactivates. And so it generally, like a barometer, rises and falls, and the path of deactivation has to pass through. It comes out the way it went in. So however you went in is how you went out. And Porges thinks of coming out of freeze as the primary important aspect of trauma healing. Once things are mobilized, it's easier to find full deactivation. Coming out of freeze is challenging. So just a couple notes on the systemic here and some challenges with this model. Very often questions come in this model around a couple of basic implications of this idea. One is that if safety is, as this theory puts forward, the most important thing we need to perceive in order to deactivate, what do you do if you hardly ever feel safe? And particularly, what do you do if you're a member of a class of people in the world right now who is literally unsafe much of the time? Folks who are subject to ongoing macro and microaggressions based in racism, based in sexism, homophobia, ableism, ageism. What if you are oppressed for any group category or any identity category because of religion or culture, and you live in a place where you can't get away from that? How do you find safety? How do you find enough safety to deactivate? That is a tremendously important pushback. It's probably the most important pushback against the proposal that helping people to find a sense of safety so that they can deactivate is the way to heal. The one way we can think about it, again, is to remember that safety is not an absolute. there's no such thing actually as safety, right? The fires could come, there could be an earth, there could be a, what, fire tornado? Geez, really? You know, of all the things, there could be anything. And for folks who are of oppressed classes, the reality of non-safety is just heightened, right? Oppression makes everything more difficult. That's obvious. What do you do then? Part of what the theory can point to is that it's not about finding external safety so much as finding the perception of relative safety within it. And so, for instance, the structure known as the affinity group, whether for race or sexuality or gender or some other characteristic, is a space where folks from an oppressed group gather with only each other, right? Black folks gather in a room just with Black folks to process racism. You know, folks who identify as women gather only as women to process sexism, patriarchy, misogyny. Gay folks gather with gay folks. This is a skillful means of finding relative safety, right? Here's a place where you can speak your story, your truth. You know, white folks are encouraged to gather in affinity groups of white folks to process racism, because investigating how deep it goes in our conditioning, in their conditioning, is better done in an atmosphere that won't unintentionally harm another if it was in a mixed group, allows for more safety and less fragility, less shame, less blame as stories are shared. And so the affinity group is a beautiful way to build up a relative sense of safety amid a generally unsafe systemic process. You know, this is why finding the right therapist, if you are of a social class to afford therapy or have the good fortune to find a good therapist, this is why finding them is so important, right? It can't be just anyone. You have to trust them eventually in some way, right? Likewise, you know, having a best friend or a friend that you can trust and really talk to. These are all places of relative safety. And the thing that the nervous system wants to deactivate is not objective safety, because we're not objective beings. It wants subjective safety. It wants to just feel safe enough. And so even in the middle of the crisis, if you can go to somebody and be like, I'm scared, and they're like, me too. You can feel like you're together enough as social beings, right? To come down out of the emergency a little bit and be like, you know. I just moved up to Sonoma County in time for the fire emergency out of Oakland, which was not as readily under threat from burning anyway. And we were talking about it with our new landmates up here, and we were like, you know, absurd time to move. You know, we might have to evacuate. And somebody said, yeah, but then we'll evacuate together. And it was so right. It felt like, oh, that's where I want to be. You know, if we evacuate, we'll evacuate together. And it's not like we're any safer, except that we are in that particular way. So we want to know that about safety. And the other primary resistance to this model of kind of trauma physiology is that it's individual, right? It talks about individual nervous systems. And it's true that we're largely talking about how an individual nervous system responds to threat or danger. But part of what's beautiful about this model is actually it's the same in larger fractals, we might say, of organization. In other words, a family operates the same way. The body of a family, or the self or the being of a family, gets activated, deactivates, feels unsafe, feels safe. Kind of as a group, the whole group moves through these processes, right? And I imagine that you know examples of families who just seem kind of on edge and activated all the time, or families that seem like kind of shut down and like just making it, just barely making it by like not engaging. As a whole system, even if within that system, some people are more mobilized than others, the whole system is generally stuck. And you can see that in larger and larger ways. I imagine you can think of right now, let's say, countries or entire cultures that are largely activated or largely, you know, kind of at ease socially, or largely shut down and freezy. You can see these structures operate at many levels of biological organization, and you can abstract them all the way out to ecosystem processes as well. But largely they're nervous system processes in living beings, and particularly within mammalian species. So it takes some creativity on our parts to explore how this model is relevant for a collective or for the systemic. But for folks who are subject to systemic harm, the main practice, you know, is to find the sense of relative safety and the conditions for deactivation as best we can, primarily through creating appropriate social conditions. If we can't create safe material conditions, like a safe neighborhood, you know, or a non-harming police force, then we need the social conditions to shelter us from that while larger social change is worked toward. In all of the forms, whether individual, collective, or systemic, we're looking for the same things. We're looking for enough feeling of safety to mobilize out of freeze, to orient to what's true and happening in the present, not in the past, to find some ease that we can connect with, and then to complete old, no longer necessary self-protective responses so that the new ones that are actually attuned to the present moment can arise in a way that's harmonious with what's really happening and unfold in a healthy way. At the heart of this understanding is this poignant vision that as animals we have been, that we have, perhaps largely through our own doing as a species, that we have warped our relationship with the natural world, that the balance of the animals and the plants and the weather and the interactions between species has become unbalanced, that we as a species are confused in a way, you know, that we still carry a biology that was meant, that evolved over millions of years to walk around without homes in a natural environment in bands of about 100 people, moving with the herds and seasons and forageable, you know, foods, and being somewhere in the middle of the food chain. That's what we evolved to be. And through mysterious forces, of which there are many theories, we have become the ones who have this extraordinary capacity for language, creativity, invention, technology, and everything that has come from that. So that what has been lost actually is the natural, rhythmic, like organismic relationship to the environment around us, to the natural environment around us. And so then what we restore when we resolve those old trauma habits actually is the sense of presence with the natural world around us, the actual nature of our bodies as responsive to present moment rhythms of expansion and contraction, activation and deactivation, social and animal and ecosystem wide. So as we do this then, in completion, Sorry, there's a lot of screaming in my house right now. Pausing. 4-year-olds are loud. If we bring together then this idea of restoring the rhythmicity of the system in relation to nature, and the exercises that we looked at this morning of orienting to the environment through the senses and finding the conditions where we could perceive safety and ease enough to deactivate, we have a model for healing and contemplative practice where we are invited out of ancient patterns that you could call karma in a very traditional sense, or ancestral wounding, ancestral trauma, into a more vibrant present moment, here and now relationship to where we are and who we're with. And that without doing that, we can't actually respond intelligently and powerfully enough to the emergencies that do really beset us here. So we heal not just for ourselves, but for every level of the system that we live in. And in that sense, the individual and the collective are never separate. The ghosts that we carry around are ghosts in the whole social body. And the ghosts that we dispel and the wounds that we heal are a gift to the entire social body, because we show up completely differently as we do that than we were able to before. All right. So thank you. And let's have a little bit of time for questions. We'll do a few questions on this, on the basic theory here, anything from this talk, and then we'll do some more practice together before we close. I'll invite folks who didn't speak in the morning to jump in. And any questions or clarification on this model? Martha, please.
The first part, before the vagal ventral aspect, you said this is sort of up through frogs. Everybody has the freeze response, and then beyond that, through some other. Is that kind of an old-fashioned, not necessarily completely literally valid? Because I mean, you see bees and they look angry.
Right. Well, bees are mobile, but it's not quite literal. You're right. It's because the order of species is not a line. Yeah. It's a vast, hyper complex system. Evolution isn't linear. It's more like some species can fight back and others can't. And so the ones that can't have freeze as their only defense, right? You startle a pill bug and all it does is curl up. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't run away. It just curls up, right? So it only has the freeze response. Bees have more than that. And insect hives are actually a really interesting example, because there's all these theories around the complex insect bodies, like hives of bees, swarms of bees, or colonies of ants, where they actually do fairly complex cognitive maneuvering, not in the body of any individual bee or ant, that are basically going on very, very simple instincts, but the whole hive or the whole colony can actually think and plan and defend itself, for sure, and do all these things. And so maybe we would say, and this is interesting, right? If you think of the whole colony of ants or the whole hive of bees as a single organism, this is a common way of thinking about them in that world. As a single organism, it has a single mind, right? It's almost like a single body, the way that my cells don't have any thought about whether they activate or deactivate, but all together, the body thinks, right? There's no thinking separate from the body. And there's no one place in the brain where the thoughts come from. The body thinks. Therefore, the whole hive of bees thinks and has sympathetic activation, right? But individual bees don't. But all together, there's this response. And then yes, a bunch of bees get angry, or right, seem angry. You said it better than I. They seem angry. I don't actually know what they're doing, maybe just like, yeah, there's this little sympathetic program that goes, sting. And it's in any individual bee, it's pretty simple, right? But maybe in any individual human, it's also pretty simple. Right? But as a whole culture, my particular culture here in North America is fairly activated right now, and we're trying to deactivate. But also a whole bunch of us are coming out of freeze, which is pretty exciting. Only there's a lot of rage right now, because when you come out of freeze, you get angry, and that's appropriate, and that's a way we can actually think about the complex system. So yes, very much to the thing that you're saying. It's not linear, and it's an oversimplification. It's really about which animals have the capacity for mobilization, and then which animals have the capacity for social engagement. Those are the two sort of thresholds, right?
And to maybe what degree?
And to what degree? Because they're all mixed up. Dogs are very social, but they're not as cognitively complex as we are. So, but they're reading expressions, but their ventral vagal system is still a little bit different than ours, in that way. So even to divide them into categories is, artificial, but it gives us a sense of these basic maneuvers. What that means in us as organisms, of course, is that it's not like we're ever entirely in one state or other either. I'm basically friendly and available, but I'm a little bit worried all the time. And if I really, really was honest about it, I'm also a little overwhelmed much of the time. So, I got a little bit of all of it going on, as do we all. And it's really just like levers on the mixing board, unconsciously, like which one is in the foreground. And that's going to be true for the animals as well, as far as I can tell. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one of the pushbacks against the polyvagal theory from the scientific perspective is that it's an oversimplification of the evolutionary process. And so always take with a grain of salt narratives that are too orderly around how things happen. My kid just got a book around how whales are evolved from land animals. And I'm like, I had no idea, right? There were these land mammals that became whales. Like it doesn't, who knows what order it all goes in. So other thoughts and questions here? Yeah, Samir.
Yeah, hi, and thanks for this. Completely coincidentally, I got introduced to Deb Dana's work recently because she's been giving these lectures. And that was the first time I understood polyvagal, and now even more through the way she framed it and now you're framing it. And I'm interested a lot between the move between the, what did you call it? The dorsal to the other one, the one letter up.
Yeah, the sympathetic.
The sympathetic.
Yeah.
So I can, and in my experience, sometimes like I move between the two.
Yep.
And from what you just mentioned, that how we can get out of overwhelm into anger, and using the Buddhist terms of doing it wisely or skillfully. And I'm thinking, and I don't know if your practices are gonna cover some of that, but this idea of moving from overwhelm into sympathetic skillfully without having embedded in it a high chance of moving back into overwhelm, and vice versa. Moving and the other way too, because we can wisely use overwhelm to conserve energy, to protect ourselves, but
Yeah.
or we can do it unskillfully.
For sure, for sure. Remember that all these states are autonomic, so you can't do any of them on purpose, right? All you can do is notice what's happening, adjust the conditions, and see what happens next. But this is super classic what you're naming. So at the top of that diagram, you know, there's the threshold of overwhelm. So you know, between the survival state up here at the top and the protection or sympathetic state is this overwhelm threshold. So my teacher, Steve Hoskinson, on his diagram that this is somewhat based on, actually has a kind of zigzag line crossing down from freeze into the sympathetic and then back up into freeze and then back down to the sympathetic, because this is so common. And it's a little bit like, you know, oh, I've been shut down for 30 years and I finally, like, I got enough resources and like contact with myself that I finally, like, that melted a little bit and I can really feel who I am. And boy, am I pissed. But that's kind of overwhelming. I don't feel good being angry. That's not who I think I am. I'm not an angry person. I'm a good, calm Buddhist. And I flip back into overwhelm. Like, I can't deal with this emotion, actually. I can't deal with this energy. So I flip back over the line. And then but it's like, oh, but I got enough safety or good therapy or good friends or whatever it is. And I came back over like, oh my God, but I'm terrified. Wow, this is totally intense. I hate the healing process. I'm going back in, you know, and again, not consciously, but just like that totally happens. So in order for that to really resolve, we need a safe enough container, and quite a strong one in some cases, for us to be able to tolerate high intensity discomfort, enough to stay with it. This is partly what mindfulness practice does all the time, right? All of those instructions to be like, when you feel an ache in the hip, don't move for a little while, just stay with it. Understand that it's pain and it's just sensation and that you can bear it. And as you bear it, notice that it's just sensation and that it changes. And as it changes, notice that everything changes. Like this is all coaching to be like, don't go back into freeze. Stay. And if you can tolerate the discomfort enough, it will deactivate. It doesn't mean the physical pain will get better necessarily if you're injured or whatever. You know, you still might be like, okay, I tolerated it. Now I'm going to change posture. That's fine. But that's not the same as going back into freeze, right? So the path has to be toward deactivation bit by bit. And we have to figure out how to get through that nasty hump, right, of high activation. Very often how I want to work is I want to work at low levels of activation, because getting down off the mountain peak of rage and terror is actually fairly difficult and quite unpleasant. I don't like it. What I would rather do is work at quite low levels. In other words, not engage with the trauma story at all, but like I'll think about something that I have to do or something that someone said socially, and I'll get a little overwhelmed. And my practice is just like, oh, there's freeze. And then I just stop whatever I'm doing, if I can or remember to do so, if I have the space to do so. And what you do with any of these, and particularly with freeze, what you do is you pause and you stay there. The thing not to do is to try to force myself out of it, because that overrides it. That's just more stimulation. The thing that freeze needs to really exit is decreased stimulation, because I'm overwhelmed. It's like, well, you know, when the computer's spinning its little processor wheel, it's like, oh no, the rainbow pinwheel, I'm doomed, you know. If you keep clicking things to try to make it better, it only makes it worse. You have to stand back, you know. And so like I get overwhelmed. My main practice, this is so like, no one should have to pay to learn this practice. This is just the practice. But what I do is I just stand and space out in the middle of the living room. Like wherever I am, I just stop trying to do something. I stop trying to push through, basically. And I just hang out. I'm like, oh. And what will happen is that I'll naturally orient. The orientation will be foggy. It's not real orientation. Notice this next time you get a little overwhelmed. Don't even try to orient, but just stop and see what it's like. And you'll notice that everything's a little like, oh, I'm not quite here. It's like, oh, whoa. And the main medicine, if you can, if you're not under threat in that moment, is just stay. But don't push through. Don't try to do things. Right? I just stand in the living room, or I wander around the house aimlessly. Really. And it takes about a minute or two, and it melts. And you can think of 30 seconds as about the boundary for this, for both deactivating from the sympathetic, kind of hitting threshold, or coming out of freeze. The stress hormone cortisol is secreted in the brain with its antidote. And the antidote acts in about 30 seconds if you are not further stimulating it or further secreting it. So if you get startled by something, like something pings on your phone or child screams or whatever it is, if you don't further obsess about the story, which secretes more cortisol, more stress, if you just hang out, in about 30 seconds, the hormone itself is gone from the body. It's digested, it gets integrated through. And so if you can bear it for 30 seconds, the overwhelm or whatever it is, very often there's a kind of breath, a little release, and then a little release of energy, right? And it doesn't have to be rage, right? It's not like I come out angry every time. Very often it's just the tiniest little freeze, and I come out and I'm a little fresher, I'm a little refreshed. And the sign of the refreshment is mobilization, right? So I have more access to my energy. And so I want to work at low levels like that, rather than trying to work with like the super big overwhelm. Big overwhelm is like, I don't know, like I'm in couples therapy and, I get overwhelmed. And then when I come out of that overwhelm, and it's a highly charged environment that costs a lot of money per minute, I'm angry, and maybe I get confused and I'm like, oh, I'm angry because this is so expensive, but actually I'm angry because I came out of freeze and now I'm enraged. That's okay. Or I'm afraid. Afraid is more my flavor traditionally, to be honest, but we all have our flavor. In those high intensity situations, it takes a lot of care to provide enough holding for that rage or terror to not flip back into overwhelm, back into freeze. I have to actually be held. This is why we're in couples therapy, whatever. That's why I have to be held enough to be with it. Oh, can you stay with that feeling? No, I can't. Oh wait, I can actually. And if I can, it's going to settle. And bit by bit, we want to track it down to the place where we can actually do something, where we can actually process and work and find rhythm again, right? So.
Thanks.
You're so welcome. And what a privilege that you got to connect with Deb Dana. She's awesome as a teacher of that material. All right. Let's do our practices from here. So I want to have time to do two things before we go. So the first is not a specific practice, although I'll give you a specific practice. The first is a basic principle for practice. If the thing that we're trying to do is stabilize orientation and then work at low levels of activation and deactivation, one of the ways we can do this is that we can intentionally do activation and deactivation at extremely low dosages. This is almost like homeopathic dosages. You might hardly notice it at all, mostly, because an in-breath is activating. When you breathe in, the heart rate increases. You breathe out, the heart rate decreases. And they have a certain relationship to each other. And if that relationship gets off, by the way, this is called heart rate variability. That's a trauma symptom. But they should speed up and slow down somewhat in parallel. So that means that the breath, for instance, is one doorway into restoring rhythmicity. I think this is why the early yogis, both Buddhist and Hindu and many other systems, use the breath as a primary practice, is that you're actually tuning into the natural rhythm of expansion and contraction, or activation and deactivation. So I'm going to propose a couple of principles for working with breath and movement. These are going to be super gentle, but they still may be activating depending on what's going on in your life, where you are right now, what your history is. So like with any of these practices, if you don't like what's happening, stop doing it and just look around, orient a little bit, shake it off. If it's too uncomfortable, shake it off. But we want to work with a relatively simple or low level of activation. I'm going to shift the camera back a little bit so you can see a little bit more of my upper body. Go ahead and adjust yourselves, maybe shake out the legs and get into a position where you can move your, you can still be sitting. I'll do this from sitting, but where you can at least reach out your arms and move your arms around your upper body. And if that isn't available to you for whatever reason, however your body is arranged, then just sit in any way where some upper body movement is possible. Okay. All right, there's a little more body. So just sit comfortably. You can do this standing. You can do it seated on anything. And this is basically going to look like a Qigong, more or less. And Qigong is a wonderful system of movement for this kind of thing because it's not intense either in muscular activity or stretching or kind of end range of motion. It's really about moving gently with the breath. So first, just sitting comfortably, and let's take a few relatively natural, but a little bit elongated breaths in and out. Let's breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth for these next ones. After a few of those, just pause, see what you notice, any tiny change. And in between every step of this, let's do a little orientation. So let your eyes travel around your space. And the orientation here becomes not even processing anything necessarily, but kind of just a reset. Everything settles for a moment. Let's do another layer of those. Breathing through the mouth will tend to be a little more stimulating, a little more emotionally stimulating than the nose, which tends to be a tiny bit more calming. Not for everyone, but for some. So I'll suggest the mouth. Now we're kind of stirring it up a little bit. Again, go only as intense as feels right for you and be conservative on that. Really gentle is the way. Let's take 3 full breaths in and out through the mouth. And then just notice anything you notice as you do that. Let the eyes orient. So as we do these practices, you might feel an impulse to let your attention draw inward. You can do that if that feels good. But I'll encourage you, especially if activation is high or buzzing often for you, to do these practices while orienting. So you really tune into your environment, you know where you are, and then you do the breath and the movement while you stay oriented to the external. We'll do one with the hands, where we're going to inhale and open the hands out and up. On the inhale and exhale, down center. Classic Qigong gesture. Inhaling to open. And exhaling, hands down the front. Do 3 of those. Any speed that feels good. You can go slowly or quickly, whatever feels right. And then just let the arms rest at the end of those. Let the gaze orient. Notice what you feel. Particularly see if you can notice the little buzz of activation or mobilization. It might be quite pleasurable. And mobilization, when it's healthy, is quite pleasurable. Feel a little more awakeness. In the very tiniest sense, freeze is just that little pervasive dullness. And coming into mobilization or the sympathetic is that little bit of brightening. I spent a long time as a dancer, and I was doing a kind of practice called release technique. And we would spend a lot of time lying on the floor. And one of my teachers said at one point, she said, you know, it's not all about release. If you only did release, you could never get off the floor. You have to unrelease, you have to engage to move. So every bit of movement is activation. So let's try a variation. And this one is often helpful for kind of the sense of startle. Maybe I don't even want to say what it is supposed to do, but tell me what you think it does. You can start with the hands in, kind of crossed at the heart center. And then just inhale and open the hands a little bit. You can breathe through nose or mouth, whichever feels good. Nose will tend to be gentler. Just feel the ribs expand and contract. This one might be a little more stimulating. And you can naturally feel how far you want to go. So some of you might only open a little bit. That can feel really good. Still, I'm a little contained, it feels like to me. Come in. Some might open really wide, but it's not a stretch. It's not better to open wide. What's better is to go to the right threshold. So, and the right threshold means it's pleasurable. So pleasure in, pleasure out. If it starts to get too activating, maybe I'm going too far or breathing too deeply, right? You want to trigger a tiny activation and then enjoy a little deactivation. And enjoy a little more mobilization. Enjoy a little more rest. Take a few of those and just experiment with it. And you can change the arm gesture. It's really just expand on the inhale, contract on the exhale. Hands could do it in the frontal plane. You can do it down at the belly rather than the heart center. And as a variation, you can do this to the side where the hands come straight up to the sides and down. This one, particularly when there's been breathing disruption, can be lovely. Because this really kind of physically invites the side ribs to open, the lungs up into the armpits to open. Get your wingspan going. Another couple of those, experimenting in any way. And then find a natural rest. And again, orient. Let the gaze go. Feel the body and the space on the land in this place. And notice both the emotional tone, any shift in your mood or how emotions are moving, but also notice the somatic shift, that little or maybe more than little buzzing or vibration, maybe heat. Notice if there's any difficulty or challenge, and notice if there's pleasure or ease. Practicing in this way can be developed by taking on a formal practice, like a formal Qigong practice. And if you want a suggestion for that, you might start with the practice taught by Tija Bell, who is both a Zen teacher and teaches at Spirit Rock, teaching Qigong on retreats. He's been a teacher of mine. And this practice of belly, heart center, and forehead center, when you do it, is a practice he calls 3 centers breathing. His whole system is called Radiant Heart Qigong. So you can look him up, Tija Bell, if you want instruction in that. I taught yoga for a long time, and these practices became how I do yoga, which is that I came from a very vinyasa, kind of strong muscular movement tradition. And over the years, as I learned this practice and started to become sensitive to my own nervous system, what this turned into was practices of really slowing down, following the breath, not moving to the end range of motion, but actually, being in classic gestures from vinyasa in a way that emphasized more like the natural expansion, like yawning as an opening, and the natural contraction, like sighing and letting go. So the beginning of a vinyasa would be like a natural sort of yawn and stretch. And the fold would be like a, Let's just do a couple of those to finish this batch of exercises. Inhale, you might make a little sound if you want, let the mouth open. And exhaling. You might really reach in these, or you might stay very, very gentle. And if it triggers real yawns, that's actually super wonderful because it means you're really hooking into the autonomic system. Yawns are an expression of the autonomic system. And see how it feels. Part of what systems like Qigong and yoga do, different than other exercise forms, is that they're slow enough that mostly that you can be more mindful of the movements as they're happening. You can be mindful of movement while exercising as well, please do. But they also largely favor mobilization over either strength or stretch. So passive stretching and muscular strengthening are both good for other things. For the nervous system, rhythmic mobilization with the breath is often one of the most nourishing things. Because again, we're trying to restore the natural rhythmicity of the system. And so working in gentle structures to restore that rhythmicity. So this becomes a principle then that you can apply to more active exercises for processing strong emotions, processing trauma. The basic principle is that working at very low levels of intensity, like just a gentle in-breath and out-breath, coming into that rhythm in a way that we can stay with the body, stay with the environment, stay oriented, begins to open what we call the window of tolerance, which is really how much energy can I bear before I dissociate, right? How much activation can I tolerate and be mindful of, be intimate with before I dissociate? Because when trauma is severe, if I get up to even just like a tiny bit up the anger spectrum, I get like frustrated. There's totally situations where I might have learned, probably in my family of origin or in my culture, that even a tiny bit of expressing frustration is going to be dangerous. And in situations like that, the threshold between that fairly low amount of activation and freeze can be quite quick. Some of us have a very small window of tolerance for activation. This is particularly true in a certain way with folks who were raised with privilege. This is often true in like white progressives, for instance, and also upper class and suburban folks who might have been raised in cultures of politeness and being nice all the time. Women who were raised to be ladylike can have been indoctrinated into this. Any of the systems where your activation was not welcome can mean that as soon as you start to get either afraid or angry, you have to flip into freeze because there was no safe way to move that activation, right? That's going to mean that to liberate that, we have to open the window of tolerance gradually, because flipping into dissociation, into freeze, is not so helpful. It kind of reinforces the pattern. you want to actually be able to experience activation without dissociation. And so no activation without dissociation. Oh, wait. No, wait, that's not exactly right. I was trying to make a joke on no taxation without representation. I'll figure out how to say that joke that works. The window of tolerance is going to say, go up to the level of activation that you can bear with full presence and mindfulness, and even a little bit of like, all right, this is good, right? Healthy activation feels good, and then deactivate from there. And so these gestures and working with the breath is a way to start with activation that's not charged by story. You're not going into the story of anything that happened. You're just breathing and moving. And you do it in a non-intense way. So, you know, from here to here. And that principle then will go through, you can use any yoga practice, right? Any postures you know, any exercises that you know, any kind of movement that has a basic oscillating structure to it of expansion and contraction, any way that you're swinging the limbs or, you know, or moving the body. If you can go slowly enough to experience the activation and experience the deactivation and let the intensity rise a little bit and then settle. And you build that rhythm, and bit by bit, you push the window of tolerance a little higher. Each, not all at once, but just by oscillating. A little bit, deactivate. A little bit higher, deactivate. So that's the basic principle for breath and movement practices. And then you can apply that to almost any kind of gentle movement practice. So that's a more active intervention, or not really, it's a more active kind of cultivation to do as a foundation for other kinds of working to find deactivation and restore rhythm. The last of the practices that I want to bring in today is the practice of refuge. And this is taking us back to, in a sense, where we began with the Buddhist framework for healing. And this is the proposal that if we understand in a way the reality of experience as being colored by, always colored by some amount of danger, because we're alive, there is the possibility of being harmed. As they say, the leading cause of death is birth. The Buddhist system, I think, understands and responds to this and trains us to be present with the many layered threats and challenges of this life very beautifully by addressing it head on. For those who may not be familiar with the model of the Four Noble Truths, hang on, pulling something up for you. The model of the Four Noble Truths that proposes that there is dissatisfaction based in grasping, grasping at pleasures, resisting pain, spacing out at the neutral, and that the resolution of that grasping is the path to the resolution of that distress or pain or dissatisfaction. That model is a trauma resolution model, right? It suggests that if we can undo these ancient patterns of, you know, being excessively startled, we can understand the reality of this world better, and therefore come to peace with it, you know, and then have our energy more available for action. So on the opening sheet that we began with, there's this quote from the Dhammapada, from the sayings of the Buddha. Many people shaken by fear, go for refuge to woods and mountains, to tree shrines in pleasure parks. That is not a secure refuge. That is not the refuge supreme. That is not the refuge to come to that liberates from all suffering. Whoever has gone for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, and who sees with right wisdom the Four Noble Truths, suffering, arising of suffering, and the overcoming of suffering, the Eightfold Noble Path leading to the stilling of suffering, that is a secure refuge. That is the refuge supreme. That is the refuge to come to that liberates from all suffering. These verses, classic beloved verses, remind us that it's impossible to manipulate the external world to guarantee safety. You can't guarantee you can't guarantee the preservation of youth. You can't guarantee not getting sick, and you can't guarantee the continuity of life. And the moment of death is uncertain. So many things are out of our control that to turn towards something, the Buddha says, that is not in our control is a false refuge. You know, so I love this new house that I just moved into in a commune on land with my friends. I'm thrilled, but it's not reliable. You know, it will be lost. My teacher's teacher, my teacher Jack Cornfield's teacher, Ajahn Chah, would hold up a glass of water and say, "This glass is broken." Because I know that it is already broken, which is to say, its breakage is inevitable. Therefore, its presence as a whole glass is a temporary thing. It could be gone 1 second from now. Therefore, there's nothing to be attached to. I like this glass, it's useful, I use it right now. I'm in no hurry to break it. But why would I be, why would I allow a kind of misery to arise based on knowing the inevitability of that breaking? You know, it doesn't. I'll still care for it, right? And when it breaks, I may grieve it, particularly if it's not just a glass, but it's like, you know, my best friend, for instance. But wisdom understands the reality of loss, and therefore diffuses the sting of loss as we understand who we are and what we're doing here. And so the proposal is that if the external things of the world are not a true refuge, what is? And this is where the practice of going for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, the teacher, teachings, and spiritual community, becomes a prime intervention for trauma healing, right? When what I need is to find safety, and I know that there's not an external safety that can be found, this is actually the safety that can allow healing to happen. And this isn't just the province of Buddhism. Faith is healing when authentically embraced in many, many different spiritual paths, you know, and in paths where there's so much suffering and terror in the external world, faith can be one of the most profound refuges. Because if you really have it, it can't be taken away. Your life can be taken away, but faith cannot. And so in the Buddhist language, you know, your life can be taken away, your property, your friends, your home, but refuge cannot. And so then once you find or go for or attain or land in or cultivate refuge in the Triple Gem, in Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, what you're saying is this lets me know how to live in the presence of a world of so much difficulty, and this cannot be taken from me. And so then as individuals and as communities, if we can learn to do this, then we are invited into a profoundly resilient system where refuge in that which is reliable, more reliable, the path being reliable, that can give a kind of strength and resilience that we can draw on in the face of disaster. So I would like us then to chant the refuges together. And these are, we'll do the 2 remaining pieces in the regular puja that I do. This is the chanting ceremony. I do it every week at my sitting group, which commercial break is on Tuesday nights on this very channel. Come anytime, 7:15 at the moment. And you can read about it on my website. We chant these every week at the at satsang, and so we'll chant the refuges, Buddhang Saranang Gacchami, etc., and then we'll speak a set of verses that are called the 5 recollections for daily practice, which point toward the reality of loss. And so these 2 really weave together, along with the precepts that we chanted earlier and the initial homage, to be a foundational practice that really says, how can we be well amid all of this, amid everything happening? And one of the gestures that we can do, that's not just mindfulness. Mindfulness is fierce and totally intense and healing, but that's not how we're well necessarily. We are well, partly, this system says, when we know what to turn to and what we know what will hold our hearts through an uncertain world. And that holding is refuge. So whatever your relationship is to refuge, you can just listen to these and feel them. Again, feel the ancient language of Pali as we sing them. Or if it's your practice to go for refuge, then sing them and speak them along with me. And then I'll jump over to the 5 recollections here. 5 recollections for embodied life, I'll sometimes call them. So you might orient once more, see where you are, know what day it is, what we've been doing all day, knowing the world as it is. This is what's happening. The world is burning, people are wounded, the world is beautiful, people are serving each other, everything is happening all at once. What is a reliable refuge? What is a secure refuge? Big Basin is burning. The verse says, people go for refuge to trees and tree shrines. This is not a secure refuge. This is a beloved refuge. This is a real and deep, profound nourishment in the world. I love Big Basin, but it is not a secure refuge. So we turn to the path to support us, to grieve what must be grieved, to be present with the world, and to bring our actions into service for the world. Sing the refuges together. Buddhang saranam gacchami, Dhammang saranam gacchami, Sangham saranam gacchami, Nidodhyampi Buddhang saranam gacchami, Nidodhyampi Dhammang saranam gacchami, Nidodhyampi Sangham saranam gacchami, Tadhyampi Buddhang saranam gacchami, Tadhyampi Dhammang saranam gacchami, Tadhyampi Sangham saranam gacchami, Saranagama I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. A second time I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. A third time I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. have gone for refuge to the triple gem. I'll speak the 5 recollections to close the formal practice together. You might feel the body as you do this, or orient the space around you. Feel the land all around you. I am of the nature to age. I have not gone beyond aging. I am of the nature to sicken. I have not gone beyond sickness. I am of the nature to die. I have not gone beyond dying. All that is mine, beloved and pleasing, will become otherwise, will be separated from me. I am the owner of my actions, heir to my actions, born of my actions, related to my actions, abide supported by my actions. Whatever action I do, for good or for ill, of that I will be the heir. These recollections paradoxically support the healing process by inviting us out of denial and defensiveness into a mature presence with the earthly world, with our bodies as organisms, the nature of this body in its ecosystem, social and environmental and earthly. All of this will be lost. Knowing that, what is the security of heart? What is the healing of the heart that then liberates our energies for wise action in the world? As we spiral between healing and stabilizing the heart, deepening into insight, we return again and again to the reality of the body, its fragility, its delicateness, and a tenderness of heart. Because the body is delicate, it gets wounded. Because the heart can be so resilient and powerful, it can be healed even in the face of that existential reality. So, this is perhaps the deepest of the practices I've offered today, is the recollection of the nature of the body and mind as mortal and temporary, but also beautiful and blessed. And so we turn toward the reality of this body and the path of doing what we can, affecting what we can control, and letting go of what we can't, in order to find the healing of the heart that is possible. So, thank you for that. We have a few minutes for any remaining questions or reflections before we close. Questions on those final practices, the movement and breath practices, the practice of refuge. I blew through refuge and the Four Noble Truths very briefly, partly because I know that many of you have been students at Insight Santa Cruz, and being in this lineage, you've studied those doctrines many times. They're also just foundational to Insight practice, Buddhist practice. If they're new to you and interesting to you, go look them up. You can find talks about them on my site and many, many folks' sites, of course. Yes, please.
John, I'm sorry, I've already spoken, but I have like a
Morgan.
burning question of, hi, hun, is how do you know if you've gone into a state of dissociation as opposed to a state of deactivation? Because I was beat really badly by the police, and yeah, really badly. So I've experienced that, and when the everything that happened recently, and there were all the images of, you know, black bodies being beaten, that really activated me, and I sat with it for many days and went to the place of absolute grief, and it was so big. But then I didn't do anything really, but I felt like it popped, and I feel so much more. I think I feel equanimity coming in, but I don't know if I've dissociated again because of the pain of it. So,
Sure.
and I'm still practicing with it, but I don't know if there's a way to tell.
It's you got to figure it out, which means in a way that it takes some practice to really identify what these states feel like, particularly freeze. Like overwhelm is so common, you know, that it can be a little invisible, you know, like you know, every office cubicle having a little picture of a kitty cat hanging from a branch and it says hang in there, you know. It might as well say, you know, freeze, overwhelm, collapse is endemic. You're not alone. Please remember to orient and find some pleasure in your day, which is of course what that photo is trying to do, right? It's trying to be like, remember that it's okay. So there may be a mixture. There's almost certainly undoubtedly a mixture. I think if any of us come fully out of freeze, we get into the like, if you're not enraged, you're not paying attention kind of zone. So it takes some amount of freeze to not feel strongly almost any time right now. But it's actually possible also to find true deactivation and be well and have your energies available. So what are some things you can look for? You might look for how deeply you can access subtle sensation in your body. Like really feel pleasure in the body, not overriding. And that means we have to figure out the difference between overriding, you know, and just feeling sensation, but really feeling pleasure. Like, am I really enjoying something that's happening? Or am I kind of pretending to or glossing over something? What does that feel like? Can I really feel what's happening? You know, like if I like, okay, I think I'm processing this. I feel like I'm coming toward equanimity. Great. You know, turn my heart toward it. Wow, this is happening, right? Violence against Black bodies is endemic in this culture, and it is so hard to uproot. I think if we're not in freeze, that is a profoundly devastating thought, because as social animals, we feel, we have empathy, we have compassion, right? If we're not in freeze and we're in the presence of a disaster, we're going to feel compassion and have some form of engagement. It's poignant, it's harsh, it's intense, it's a, you know. So mostly the question of, am I dissociated is like, I don't know, but it's about fullness of sensate experience. And so what I'm looking for essentially is, am I fully alive here? Are my full faculties and my presence and my heart and my caring and my sensitivity and my subtlety and, you know, my intelligence, my sensuality, my intimacy with myself and the environment, my availability for my senses, for the smell of roses and the scream of children and everything, like, am I available for the world, you know? And that's going to be a different thing for all of us. But the process, in a way, is toward intimacy with the world. Right? So more contact is how I know that I'm in freeze. Freeze is essentially less contact with the world, and intimacy is more. Yeah, yeah. Blessings. Leela, please.
I've been a somatic experiencing practitioner for a number of years. I've been wanting to do something with you, so it's nice to meet you. I was recruited by workers' comp to do somatic experiencing with a police officer with PTSD. And I've done a lot of inquiry and work with white trauma bodies and trauma bodies of people of color. And this was the first time that I've had a window into the just ongoing stacks of threatening experience that are, especially our really conscientious police officers experience.
Mhm.
And the sense that at least this particular officer, but I think others are carrying, that everybody hates them right now, and how painful that is because they have gone into it as public servants. Not everybody, but these people.
Sure.
And I've never needed the kind of support as a practitioner with any kind of trauma that I needed with this.
Mhm.
I mean,
Sure.
it's just been huge to hold. And I just want to also say it's sort of beyond human capacity what we ask those folks to hold.
Mhm.
So when I think about defund the police, I think they need trauma support. They need
Yeah.
informed trauma support. They need time going after one critical incident to come back down. And mostly they just have to keep on going. And I just really want to ask us all to also hold those folks in our hearts.
Mhm. For
Thanks.
sure. Thank you. Yeah, the whole system is wounded, and it's very difficult to be. It's difficult to maintain presence of heart as a basically good person in a extraordinarily wounded and toxic system. So everyone
Stephen,
on every side of that needs care. Yes, go ahead.
Stephen Porges and I had an email conversation, and my question to him was that, I forget his name, the officer with his knee on George Floyd's neck for all those minutes. And I went, how much of that time was he dissociated? You know, that he really looked like he was checked out.
Of course, how could you
Yeah.
not be? I don't know, of course, I don't know the man,
Yeah.
but you know, and it's not my job to assess from the external unless I was his therapist. But I don't know, but you know, some amount of like we know, you know, from a century, trauma studies is basically a century old, and it started by studying combat veterans and sexual assault victims, and so it's clear the kind of trauma that soldiers suffer, who killed and caused violence in the field, as well as, you know, being the recipients of violence and losing friends, etc. We know that those are traumatizing roles to be in, and to you know, to be in a position, you know, as you know, as that officer was, and anyone in those moments, compassion is called for, and fierce action. Like, compassion doesn't absolve, you know, but what you're saying, you know, to recognize the trauma on that is there is important. You know, I think defund the police partly could mean, you know, these are not the right people to be doing these jobs in this way. You know, there's a lot to be said about that. I won't go, it's not the moment, a minute before we close, to go further into it. The system that created modern policing itself was a trauma system. And so nearly everything about it is conducive to harm rather than healing. And that's tremendously painful for folks throughout the system, for sure. So thank you for that. So it's our time to close. I want to invite you to reach out as needed. You're welcome to find my Facebook group where spiritual community gathers. You can ask questions there and be in discussion. It's called In It to End It, and you can find it by searching, or you can find it on, a link to it on my website. And just through my website, you'll see links to it, so you can find it there. as a place for discussion. I am in the process of making a more extended online course based on some of this material that will come out sometime this fall. So there'll be further opportunities to look at that with me. As I said, my sitting group is Tuesday nights at 7:15, and on the new and full moon days of the Theravada Buddhist calendar, I do a 7:30 a.m. Observance Day sitting where we focus on Brahma Vihara practice, metta practice, loving kindness, compassion practice, and celebrate the lunar cycle in a traditional Buddhist form. And I'm grateful for all of y'all who showed up today on a day of much emergency in many of our neighborhoods and areas to be here to study this material together. And I send you all my blessings for safety, for well-being, for yourselves and your families, for everyone that we know who is on this planet in this moment of tremendous crisis and opportunity together. So thank you for your generosity in supporting both Insight Santa Cruz and myself. You can go back to the Insight Santa Cruz event page to give Donna or to give donations to Insight Santa Cruz to help support them through the closure of the physical center and to continue being a resource to the folks in Santa Cruz. And my gratitude to them for hosting this day. And to give Donna or gifts to me in response for this day, you can go to my gift economy page on my website that I put a link to in the chat sequence just before lunch. So thank you for your generosity in both directions for the center and myself. And I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Lovely spending the day with you. So many blessings, and see you soon.
Thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
So much, Sean.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to redo your link at the bottom.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Be safe in California.
Doesn't copy.
Oh, right. Right on. Thank you, Samir. Take care. All right. Folks will find it. Thank you, Leela.
There we go.
Right on. Thank you.